Samaja womas na diaba. Wadman come about dear Shayan said. Yenis I was so, any journey I grew. I feel when you be reassessed anymore. A bassa wa ya kwan swatch and a pampa. No biasam, yo biasmo. Only pada sending I want my name where we are say. As I'm told you, I'm gonna to baby and can farm home. Men submit to me baby and come and pay my day.
If Biom Ezu, if he said, sir, bottle size 5 no, almost the CC equia no, ain't it just a size 4? And I obey you so. Send a bear and CC, yes, CC equia no, a 2 better. Ezu, ATM NDC bar. Wa, you be who's a truck size 5 bottle, a bro and I be woman. Your best is this high, Bruno. Abra, Mayor President, Obien in your cover, Eda Minute Pahine Entem, and to Obama Ho, say Yemye University of Science and Technology, Omonkrabata Bakuha, Ewatepa, Nasa Campus Nanka, baby, a bachelor. Omo ye jewelry omo de sika kokko eye akomadie ne sa neoma no na efri se efri abai mu emse sa jumedie no aka na me hyemobo se nyame adom ne eba sa University of Science and Technology campus omo de kire se ne ye jewelry ye de beba tepa ha se ne be ya ye nkoda so be suebi Ebeye ye near starting tools so factory ya de new bauxite no e de ye alumina e de call valco and also nyame adoma gas na Professor Mills time is ye 2 year I de ba prestia afia bedru kumase ye ya nti o se ye twen e ba nyina hin ha se ne be ya sa factory na ye de bauxite no ye alumina no so ye be ba be si wo ha se ne be ya ye mabuno e benya edwuma ni bia ye MPP for your madre say Asantemai Omuyo, Omanyo, Ombetua Momo. Na mitimi say afe nipa ni ebie. If you say abato wohoi, ye to say ye benya asetena pa. Abato wohoi ye to say benya edwuma ye. Abato wohoi ye to say ye benya empuntuo ewo ye nkuro. Enti ne say MPP omoba omo nyehwe na to de bia omo ka say oh Asantemai mu de ye de odwan begina sebe ye beto ama odwan no samre no atwam emre a ye say media ye wo meto sa amanyoko emu samre no atwam ya ene ete ase ye nananom ete sa amanyoko no omo ewuko a come na a day no, yen yet, and ye nananom. Until Bian and setting on to a papa. Meaning, self say what you nipaka cra a ye, Omo Yesica, and so Nepadudona, a setting in Koye. Etina baby, Amikobia, Mibusa, Sa setting in Koya and Koye. Ezu, enti I have one no southeast way. And say what you are MPP Abamba and Masita and it is a Ekoya and Ekoye. Near Wahon is saying, Jessica Sema saying, Ewa Yabakosemu in whom way be that, say, Senia Jessica Sema saying, near a Ben Wokakra and a bear 1983 home. Ya ye a Musa Ambreno, a kind ye see ye, a combi a buyer. A hochra a church Ghana. If you say na soldier for abetu liman abain civilian government and Nigeria frank wa omo de maya no omo twaso say aden and yetu liman na abain enti na petrol ni ho enyoma bebre esiye ahokyere ɛbaayɛ ɛno ɛyɛ bɛyɛ mfie mmienu bi but ɛyɛ duru 1984-1985 na ɛnneɛma apagya biom na ɛm sɛ ɛno ɛna bɛbɛn nea ɛsi ɛnɛ so deɛ ɛyɛ nneɛma mmienu ɛna ɛsi baako yɛsi kasɛm asɛ economy no kɔ fam na ne ɛtɔ so mmienu ɛne sɛ yɛde kaa yɛntumi ntua nti yɛtwa yɛ firi bosuabɔ mu nti mene wo ka sɛ nnɛ Ghana yɛntumi nkɔ amanɔne ɛnkɔka sɛ yɛkɔbɔ bosua nti nneɛma a yɛbɔ bosua ɛde yɛ akwan school adan ɛne saa nneɛma no ɛkyɛ sɛ yɛkɔ a obi ama yɛ because wo de ka na wo si ntumi ntua hɔ na bɛbɔ bosua biom nti ɛyɛ ade a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛnya yɛ nipa a yɛwɔ ɛho nimdeɛ sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ a yɛbɛyɛ ntɛm na yɛayɛ nhyehyɛ papa na yɛsiesie yɛman esikasɛm no sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ a yɛman no yɛbɛtumi apagya agyina ho biom afei so bank adwuma yɛwɔ nea yɛfrɛ no Islamic banking wokɔ Saudi Arabia ne UAE a ɔmo wɔ banks a yɛ Islamic bank a ɔmo wɔ mmara a yɛde yɛ saa banking no nti yɛse yɛba a yɛbɛsesa banking mmara no sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ Islamic banking no nso ɛbɛba abɛka yɛ banking ɛyi no Al Farouk Training College of Education yɛgye to aban ɛgye ɛto n'akoko na yɛ private Islamic College of Education ɛmi statistics adan bɛyɛ wɔtwe ɛwɔ mo campus ɔsɛ na bɛyɛ yɛbɛpagya school no yɛfiri aban mu ɛna aka baabi a yɛsi koduru yɛ saa 8 projects no nansɛ mi kɔ hɔ baabi a yɛsi koduru yɛ no ɛhɔ ana aka nti yɛka kyerɛ chief imam sɛ yɛba yɛbɛsom biom ne yɛwie ne nyinaa sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ yɛbɛtumi ayɛ yi afei so Hajj village no yɛde tent ɛna ayɛ na yɛyi firi baabi a na ɛwɔ yɛde aba airport hɔ baabi na wohwɛ yɛ 2020 manifesto mu a yɛtwerɛ sɛ yɛba a yɛbɛsi the permanent ɛnyɛ tent biom ɛbɛyɛ ade a ɛsi hɔ a ɛyɛ dan ɛnso nansi a mete yɛ baabi a Hajj village no wɔ nnɛ MPP aban atɔn asase no
Kessben.
This is 92.9. 92.9 This is 92.9 more variety.
Perfect.
92.9. 92.9 the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
Kafi, Maakye.
Yeah, Kwame.
You be fine.
Mr. Speaker, I don't. Na me bo aba so say baby apage we do the o kwa na de maka ho
Me da se.
Because they say waji baby a
Me da se.
na wa pagya airways no so ma airways no akona ni.
The new standard is that untimi ntina radio so na untwa tro.
Me sorry no way me radio afiri ho no me no be nya ntakwa wo fie.
I see.
Dantia. Me hu edra ya me no ma ne ntimani so. Na ese menti ono pa bia na me ya yare.
I see.
O bo homodin.
From Portsmouth, Canopy, good morning.
Mr. Speaker, Mini Abema Speaker, the only Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mini Abema Speaker.
Speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Alright, for Maakye Anopay.
Mr. Speaker.
Alright, for
Bijin Super.
Anopay, you've got the eye of the Speaker.
It was it, but the Mokana OBSU, then I'm what you had.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Eba, Netieno, Ubensha, Yamishra.
From Portsmouth, Canopy, good morning.
Mr. Speaker, Mini Abema Speaker, the only Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mini Abema Speaker.
Speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Alright, for Maakye Anopay.
Mr. Speaker.
Alright, for
Bijin Super.
Anopay, you've got the eye of the Speaker.
It was it. But the Mukana Obietio, then I'm what you had.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Eba, Netieno,
In a snapshot, Yabebo Bob winning in our show at the amount. Now, I feel ya shed the Obon Cratcher, no, I hold winning in our at the Aba and pay. Now, set ye Kase, Mammy, I will know a year. The National Returning Officer for the Electoral Commission, and then for presidential related activities. Nina no Besiano pay a year kase no Electoral Commission and the National Returning Officer and for results no Emma yet. But we'll be going over to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission na yetimi akwakoye juma ewo ho. Afei observer missions ahodo pina no ana ewo o my Ghana mu a womo ababe observe aba yetimi ato from enano memenida eba besi ene ejuada anopei. One of such institutions no kodeo collection of domestic election observers. One more one more preliminary statement, any observation. The one more who so far one more dini na no aba enchi anopei. Yabeshe na yakin kind in be at the amount. Now, afi watching ehu dia so we'll be showing you shortly the Ghana map. Now, afi watching ehu by all the 16 regions across the country. No, dear NPP etimi winning so far, and then dear NDC so etimi winning so far. So the question will be, sir. Which regions in Ghana ana ye kasei ye green, and then which regions in Ghana ana ye din komano pay no it has turned to blue na afi yetimi ene wo edi en komono. Then you are able to understand sir afi abatu no ene esunsun sanso a abani nyina no regions ben ana the New Patriotic Party etimi eweni. Obviously you know sir Ashanti region there, that's a boy. One more winning baby akrada, one more ebetimi winning that particular region. When him say a Bano Eastern region, a Puya Mantemua, without anything becoming a block and I stampede no on the way no air there Eastern region, the New Patriotic Party will handle that region comfortably. But which other regions ana eneya ye kaseno the New Patriotic Party etimi winning. Stay with us. Na yenu bedisa and komono ejina na fi watchimi ehu baby and komobono ni nyina no akwakusi ye betre obiem. So far so good constituencies ni bebre na no aba from the coalition centers at the constituency levels, and clearly we can say by provisional result ni say the National Democratic Congress free and dra Ebani nyina has won massively a lot of parliamentary seats across all the regions. And you decide details no nyina no at the bebro surely from Endra ebesiano pay a year kase bibi asesa na bibia en share da en sesa oko the western regional seat yet bo amane se NDC ateki aflippy most from the New Patriotic Party no it's 7:15 sa na situation no esi etie bibia ne ho a etimi asesa. Now there were a little bit of misunderstanding the most populated constituency in our republic as far as election 2024 concerned. Na mekanisa na I'm making references to the Dome Kwabenya constituency in the Greater Accra region. Sir, kasa no pay as we speak. The NDC has been able to flip the Dome Kwabenya constituency, and then the certified results are finally in. And Maakye Jr., former Ghana's ambassador to India, His Excellency, now currently the Director General, or preferably Obeka said the Chief Executive at the Ghana Free Zones Authority, said kase no when to me and retain seat no and farmer the New Patriotic Party. And the earlier indication said Maakye etimi a stage a comeback ababe winning Dome Kwabenya seat no with some 33 vote difference no and now margin no no correct. As we speak this morning, we can confirm for you on Election Avenue say as we speak constituency nipa dodo na ewoma womoto aba. In fact hoda memeto maba it is now green for the National Democratic Congress. Enti say kase no the NDC has won a year Dome Kwabenya, and that is the latest we have for you. Ayawaso West Wagon, undoubtedly John Dumelo, the actor, and then the twice parliamentary candidate for the NDC, Aflepe Ayawaso West Wagon seat, and no controversy biano any homa Lydia Seram Al Hassan Ajinino Edia Chuma. I mean, calm and peace is restored to a year Ayawaso West Wagon. And we'll look at that, but we will turn attentions to a year Damongo na afe yetimi akwakoshe. The misunderstanding na a war between a year Jinapo, the sitting member of parliament, and as well the former member of parliament, Ura Adams Muta Wakilu. I mean, a lot of misunderstanding. Yabetias, Yentias, ye me winnie, me na me winnie, ye calling for recount, ye calling ye we say recount, a buy, me na matiki lead into me na me winnie, and then it has led to a yet the death of one person, and what Damongo, enti, anope, we'll speak to that. Na afe yetimi, ahese, bibiano, ebetimi, atuto ye. Stay with us, na ye the details, nibe brenano, ede bro. We still await the electoral commission, sir. Officially, and I per the law requires of them, one more ebetimi at the final results of the 2024 general elections, one more betimi editing at the Aba Betuda na afe yetimi ehu the institution no ekoye. But I believe, sir, by now 18 minutes after 7 no pay yedo edi nkobo definitely we Ghana nia unim dia echo na unim dia batu no esunsun sanso nyina no akwa kosi only said emra kwan so no esese electoral commission no eye de osese oye na afe echimi eboa sede ebeya after the declarations obia emfa commission emfa nkonkojina court, and it is part of the reason why Edra Jane Mensah, the chairperson for the electoral commission, MITS, they are keenly taking their time to ensure say wobubetimi quality na wamo follow the CI 127 wamo edeko abatuo wemo na afe lapses biano entimi ama BPMO. Enti stay with us, join us live on Facebook and Kessben TV so na afe yene wo eni enkomo ode wadwen training na no eba yabeje na yakenkan ni nyina no echeme ede amount anope yabeko no cool say ya because a brand new from Friday night up until now, I mean consistently we've been on, and then we've walked through the journey with you. Enti just pardon with us na afe yentime ento aso na yene wo enye ejuma pacho bra Facebook live no eso na fa o messages ni nyina no efa ho bra. But the question is that what has happened to the New Patriotic Party with a lot of a year the seat na ekra womo etimi elusu ninyina mamenko mensa agrampa ho na meneno eni enkomo na yimbisa se kodeo so far womo juma womo ye as election observers over 4,000 observers and womo eto egomo across all the constituencies and then the regions. Womo sanso eputi up a collation center ewo the Kofi Annan peacekeeping training school and a center say ye kasei per figures womo ehu ene de womo anya no say na enema etie wono eye in charge of governance and security at the ma eye kodeo Mr. Abraham party we come match dem pom to saying
Emo ye me na so
Eradi adom yenso ye ho ye pa ye di nkobo ansa na ye started the entire processes of a year voting and opaya ye kasei barely 48 hours after close of polls saying ana mo monitoring no ese akọ
we never that in fact when you some check for muche so enra ye the sustain that the statement miensa and about one thing.
Okay.
You can Saturday global clock, the first midday situational report. I don't get about one thing. Now the also close of polls and also about one thing. And then you did a friend who said preliminary statements and so about one thing. Then if you not more a boat and a can seminal and 9. You can about for no a yeto ye no the security tier
yeah
the etosum you asumdwe ho asem the etosum yensa abatfo na edwumaku no ahoka na se the abatfo no so course so na the etosum na ne efutu the offer the kind of security no the kind of generally if we an pandemic day ever cut close of force no more than security environment no papa kakra compared to 2016 and see ever come on share your final statement no however you notify public and say near makum you be cost or any amka it's a Salon constituency or Yamfala campus. Nipa ba ko hwe ne nkwa ba ko su prac seriously mad hoka police so if we kakra kaswa two incidents ba ko ye etua to awia ma de kan obi nai na ahomache no so ba ko so etiu kata no man yiye was the same constituency polling station area na 2020 registration your witnesses are gunshot ni bia no na oba baby to say Ayawaso West Wagon, Ayawaso Central, HETC polling station. Like my about 4 years to go ye. Ogun se papers, I had to a baby, and then we no, the same thing. Also, say, the Oba Domikwabenya constituency, in fact, police station or Domikwabenya atomic junction on the day. Yes. And then I hope for be break come home, Miami be brave. Yeah, because Daniel man of Inchai, Inti, stakeholders at here, he who said they be a bit in fact, before then, on a kind abo security name, Ubia Basso said 2020 through the Nipper week, but 2024 Nipper be a one can Nipper and prepare and the shaka. Okay. And he is present Cabes half of my yesterday be a see what the chiman. Operation do no ebisi then so agent them kakra nti no na niam kakra de tuja and e ba I when it saying about so no issue ya kasemu ya kase so so generally so they are near body no time be ni bi polling stations no time be ni pa nya fan eto aba about so no koka ho no wo mo expect te be bo mu no send them bo no ko ti say Emrewa in Pokra and Yema more fair abandoning Kakra persons with disabilities, Sanko Fono, Mwaben Umo, and I about one woman and Yemani in a canyon in a security war. Now, you're training in as a sort of what and you who found say generally, not a wow home, generally about one APA, but baby worker a catchy. Okay. Actually, my percentages in the Braba, and I had the baby when ye if we up 9 o'clock and over. And you to say I had if you say the change 2 more hours. It's say abnormal, and only in a Sakakra. Now, young observers, the only buy and say, be on more. Baby, a bon on crown, sana, presiding officer, Nagaseba. Baby, on so. Na presiding presiding officer and a microphone in our home. Yes. Then about for near man at the Swabano ebi my. For example, Oko Domikwabenya constituency, unfortunately Miami polling station number 12 Green Hill GHS. You could home on what you find my let me see over a strong room. Start no baby green. The night I say hard maybe also in number. Then so biometric verification devices no be over na akucho kakra. Then so you can send in actually no electoral commission either they replace it or were able to bring battery backups into a year juma. It's a man kakra na catchy. Adi ayewu a hard journey kakra e say ye. Yen nipa mu here assistance to vote. Say education in question. Okay. What a baby more than 30 polling centers, and I observed the report bringing. When you said the clauses say to be here assistance to vote, that the only a Christian and Sapo, don't say what I ran over. It is a one thing who could be Amanipa Miruna say. Obi or more or a person with disability, but ultimately you should tax our ballot paper. No. Niema Pia was making us say Obi Owa genuinely we are supposed to be able to cast and vote correctly. Plus, ne say, only a corner bet me de Obi Owa Gini de Abba Buana Manato. And not only a corner bet me appointee Obi Owa polling station work. I'm only a crowd Buano Amanato. The question is who the person trusts. That is a prosy voting.
Exactly.
Maybe I mean a wood to coin. Maybe about to know her. Now, electoral commission will create prosy the amount of wife. We will have a wife proud. So the man at New York Party, they be a wife or any or any party back home. Into the closet, who the person trusts. The any panel GPA would obey the Opamano. But in PNP, the report here and said, any panade nana neba and na the offer to be free a fiabano polling station for the Sumompe.
Common Penema, what name on Cobo Boots,
only a corner presiding officer no and a police nino, a moment and Cobuano. If you also near corner back or seminana, means Apopo, the present police name woman party against the CMP. In the stance, the new degree, to a final preliminary report, shame. I studied a National Commission for Civic Education, any young media, any civil society organization. Now, they have a fast start cross, no. Near church, you said that they are in Dacia Batono. So when you were money and deprive you be of his or her choice of vote.
Okay.
If that's a cassette, me and I, Brampa, Menkotoma, Umia Chrono. Not only a calling you more, even though they are my idea of pay, but Nakuma Muntono. And a constitution is say Obia will preference to choose whoever he wants, no. There's fast only a comment mean fan and 10 teams, no. And no man ain't deprived on the choice. The moment you are calling you Obia or trust will say, wait, the minute no party back home. But then the junior again back home, into my main a third party agent, no, your church, no mutias.
Yes, but throughout that process, you know, and the confusion be by any of the polling stations and okay.
So there be a Kessben can talk between the two party leading party, the MPP and DC. And a baby class the Yamen Kwankumo attack a presiding officer, no, why the presiding officer should choose somebody to vote. Meanwhile, that was the choice of the voter. In fact, the voter can even choose somebody in the queue.
In the queue, I would this one. No. Okay.
So on one was trusting now. The key word here is who the voter trusts. That's the key word. Meaning, you're waiting for radio stations. Maybe who hear you man pay. The only maybe an pay. I'm strong. Brab Beshia me war. Me book me hand to some and some good in Namazapo. The woman me own and now what doubts be crammer me. Ubetimia ko kwaro do asre pol presiding officer ne say mimi ame wo yare bia me hokopo nti de bia me tima na masena na wo ansa na maseno na me bawe na me chini die nti me sro mane nkoso me nsa na omo ame it allowed by the clause. And so baby dia kakakre bi na nkomo bo presiding officer say adenti no akobo obi am na to aba na owie mama party back nti si a church mu ye na nkofo ti ase na going forward no yengina Sadia, we are Yantias, a Yambra, Nancy Yantias, no, Yanko, Yanko say will be Abato. Yes, talking to you, a friend is saying, you know, Macatmi and saying the kind, no, electoral commission home Ketano, so Macani in a catch a crowd, Mune, saying 2020 electoral commission, my periodic update. A woman, but so far, we are in Saka from German North, and Saka from her. Certified results no ASA.
Yes, Mr. Brampa, and no song na kame basis here no. The level of delays abba so far. I mean, many.
I won't say delay from the electoral commission.
Yes, but many arguments, you know, yes, yatuaba. We are barely into the 48-hour a year period. Now, political parties in the crowd under 24 hours. Etimi akoleti wo mo result awie amade obegia tumu se I mean wedi nkuko na gia tumu a conceded defeat afreni nua aboni nua abaso amani trinkwa. Now electoral commission now wono no what the robust system wotimi e transmit all this result because one polling station na ni na free ba pin sheet ye wie ya kan ya fele ya sensan ye the party ni bia de ayeden e de man. So I mean the effectiveness of the processes and the system ECA use, you know, people feel say parties nuclear can collate in less than 24 hours. How much more the Electoral Commission?
And that's like I made by in the Ghana elections, you know, you declare polling station results for polling station.
Exactly.
In the political parties, no coalition, you know, they get the straight figures from the polling station. Electoral Commission does not take its figures from polling station. Electoral Commission has double collation centers before it gets to the head office. The Wasa, you can Anglican primary school, with the Mikromun carry example, another palace polling station where baby affairs and I'm a twaba on Korea, I'm a twaba. That party enough a figure, not send them on head office straight, you know. Electoral Commission, the change, and must start all the polling stations that are at Chimanwa Bieja Akko constituency collation center. Now you're collating in a certified. I'm a party reps now on iron also. If you are a regional office, you are really in a about Electoral Commission head office. So the processes to run at cordial meeting, Dr. Asante, any my colleague Rhoda Afo, any in an say, is there the need for these structures of collations before?
I know the next question and Kwame baby shall because and discussions I mean me panel no have no. The suggestions were that say collation center no ebe cause some level of delays. Now akoba ne say collation center no ya kan ballot ni nyina we are only coming there with the pink sheet from the polling station. Now afi ya the tallying. Now ya said the ba you know ya cross check say no then we can entirely declare for that particular constituency. Now people are saying say why do we have to allow the presidential elections result to go through that process? Because at the end of it all, a Gen-Mens and the one national level, one only a national returning officer for the presidential election. And for the parliamentary, they can go through those processes. But at least for presidential, the result must be transmitted directly from the polling station. Now, emuama sa tension we the weight ni idea I mean, you bet me a year for her just to put some fast trackness and on the system to ensure you bring that effectiveness.
Yeah. So, as Sevilla Menu describe, electing as one of the major pillars of democracy. And she Namawa na thinking nipa na we because a post mortem. It's Namawa na ya electoral post mortem. Na ya fe anamona ya tuning na yehin na esi shimu kinani ya di ejuma yehin na esi chemo be yi. So I am part of our electoral process over the years. I don't think I have moved from opaque ballot boxes, wooden ballot boxes to transparent to biometric near the adeno. I think that it's one of the discussions I said. In fact, it's more important because most of the kiosks now in so a collation center. So
exactly the point.
So is there the need, craft a collation center? No. In collation center now, is there the need to add the presidential ballots to it? Discussions but the beauty of the whole thing is that don't forget the Electoral Commission war reforms committee. Civil society, my colleague Dr. Koja Asante Eka home, Dr. Akwete Eka home, Eka home. And so far, the Electoral Commission are open as the piano omuni nipa boom. So I think that's all the concern we have. Make us the NRA Kodeo board sector we discuss it. So why do we keep a system that always creates death? Why do we keep a system that always delays the collation? In terms of a topical issue as a world reform agenda, and so in post-election review now, the appropriate shaping recommendations. Why be now there any affordable idea? There recommendation to the Electoral Commission. About almost share the two commissioners home. There's a car reform agenda and one almost the back home. Only say this year, I can say 3 p.m. November. Nina a part of this suggestion, which is most Mudibe. and you didn't even go a so come electoral commission or GT. But unfortunately, the CI could not pass. Probably it was a blessing because then eventually the Briaka wants to say the abbey. Now, electoral commission Pushia say, is there even the need? Say you better build the structures of coalition that delays the process and also cause kills and deaths. It's a good suggestion going for a bit but to me, 2020 and 2024, actually, the coalition center has a problem. What the problem is and how it should be solved should be a national debate.
Very well. And she all said and done, no. I mean, but most of I think, okay. Moni Mukolisha Aka, a lot of civil society organizations. I mean, there was a coalition center near Kofi Annan. Muya monitoring coalition. I mean, how are the figures looking like?
Yeah, when you say yeah, just coalition. Yeah, PVT.
Kessben.
PVT is a parallel tabulation.
Okay.
I know a scientific method that over since he started for about 4 elections now, they authenticated the actual figures electoral commission ever released it.
Okay.
And right prelim statements the Kofi Annan Center and by one set up a coalition center because for security reasons. Including the foreign observers, yes, say Dr. Baumia Adjatum. My commending the church for why he needs to be commended together with Conria of Liberia because it set pace in Africa. By a casual minister, your protocol will be a PVTBR with the elections management body. The protocol is what change elections management body at the results ever to draft. The one farmer after the required period, so they're gonna have, even though any law, but through conventions and practice, 72 hours have been set as a limit of announcing the results. One farmer, now if there's the major setback in their own farmer, then we are forced to release it. Now, another example, there was an election now one constituency, a friend 10 constituency.
Exactly.
And no, Nana yet decide our Ghana. In that situation, it won't mean for PVT because it's not the fault of the electoral commission that has delayed the announcement of the results.
Okay.
But you can rather help the electoral commission with your PVT results to take a decision. In that situation, Professor Greenstreet, any Professor Justice Crab, may his soul rest in peace. Omu the PVT results no for Dr. Farijan ho. And we catch and say, based on our PVT, say you got time, be watching it.
Okay.
The very difference who the constituency winner will be. But based on the results, parliamentary results, we hear just +1. Parliamentary candidates also winning. And see, and be hard say be here South Africa the ABBDR. And then said the bear to Kwanko because the way the parties were amassing there was dangerous. To the extent say a day before Nukwana ya pipe police military. And to avoid that thing, na yanko kumkum kofonko shemo janguno. PVT results say yako yanko different parties manufacturer we are able to project it to show them no mean that NC I will say yanko time bio. Na media for no clear be the kind of time constituency.
Yeah.
Me na nam kwemu kwa me kusunyane na frame. The party agiatum based on the P. So the PVT is there to support the elections management body. Sometimes about when she need electoral commission be bold announce the one yet send the results no command. But the compare say am party no one is sure obey bold no announce because he has the PVT results to authenticate the results. And say you be taking lead in announcing results because that is not the mandate of anybody in the country.
Okay.
That we use it to help the elections management body to be sure of the results it has collated. But you said, even though the elections management body is sure, But because of one or two things, say and say manipulation or what say I'm past idea, yeah, Mamuja film Ghana, yeah, the betuga. And you know, based on this protocol, no, the 72 hours has not passed. You who say a critical incident, be a banty baby or who are intimate. The baby or who are intimate, never affect the results now. You need electoral commission, but not the board members, no, say, your co-chairs, Mrs. George Villa, and Reverend Fred Digby. Umbefa results near technicians, na ako opin apojetiama Jane, and who said it here now, all their support. So, young chain in Ochina 72 hours. Now, said the BNY electoral commission EDCA Obernansel results, then we can also come to authenticate.
Very well. My no abasho. I mean, you've done a yeoman's job, Kodeo, and the other civil society organization. I know that the Ghana Medical Association and TUC, womunina kahona mutimi yes idea right?
But I say
yes. Let me be say you had other sister. CSOs are one more boy, no one so support is a side my way.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
System.
Okay. Yeah, Kodeo, Kodeo, but probably because DJ move for the president and chairman.
President, national president.
Yeah. National president is a member of Kodeo. DJ is a member of Kodeo. George Sapon, NMC or Kodeo, so president of Kodeo, so midwives, necessary midwives association, Kodeo, so engineers association, bar association, NAGRA, Muslims, Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission, Christian Council of Ghana, Christian and Charismatic Association of Ghana, Chief Imam's office is presented. Into a 42. The only difference is that government institution behind Kahon, but your government association to say NAGRAS and CLOSAC, local civil servant association, most of the city. And that's Kodeo. The CDD Ghana, yes, secretariat for the coalition.
I see.
Yeah, they brought Muma, a few way, a Juma when you be election, because even off elections, you have to be a friend of political environment analysis and assessment. In every 6 months, after elections, the Free Audio Board, but not nature, say this political environment, on economic front, these are the challenges. On employment front, these are the challenges. On security front, these are the challenges. About what she win a came away to me, near the after another 1 year, it's a yes, the next election year. Based on that, no more advice here, based on this political environment. And I think it came more in now about to a chrono. This year, Yen targeted these areas to support the elections management body. So that's what we do at CDD Ghana, but Kodeo is not for CDD Ghana.
Very well. I don't pay my now. I'm grateful for your time. Yadamasi Papa Pansu with Juma Maye Ediama or my Ghana. I'm grateful.
Okay,
Medase. And that is a year. Mr. Mensa Abrampa, one and a year in charge of security sector and governance, Edema, the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, Kodeo, speaking to us. Over 4,000, observers and one more deployer across the constituencies, 276, and then over 40,000 polling stations are yet to about a woman. As we speak, woman so a year, one more coalition there, but just as he has explained, no. And the betimi their intention is not to say one more air pentem and your figures above bonte electoral commission no ana emra emma wo ho kwan say wo betimi ayen hyehyɛ no said etie enti we await the final declaration by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who doubles as the national returning officer for presidential elections in Ghana. 46 minutes after 7, ubetimi adjoine yen live feed no on Facebook na what the wadwen training no ediaba na ene obi akwafu boys ne beso mo chese wo mo aye election wo mo abre enti obi ama ye nyina so na etena mu we na sisi sa na ede daily guide biaba na daily guide ba ye no anope banner headline we will come back stronger. Dr. Bawumia is on the front page of Daily Guide, the Obokrachano Anope, and then on the right-hand side corner, NDC sweeps majority seat in Parliament with a photograph of former President John Dramani Mahama. On the left corner side, we have Kumasi goes dead. And they say, yeah, Kasei. Kumasi ayedin. But Mamin Kwahumani should be Emra. Not many Samuel Obey in the executive secretary at the the Parliamentary Network Africa. Na womo na civil society kuwa womo ehwese parliament anamra shebedwane dwumadi a womo edi ni nyina no said yesi ko ni nyina na womo monitor na womo echeche na afei etimi aboa temamufo nso same Maakye ejesai
Major Zomini, Mr. Speaker.
Wabre yina ya bre but service to God and country nti yento aso why Kwame Nkrumah mokra ye ne say na before ye kwa battle we mo many would nkomo especially when na majority no on the NPP side I recall say Speaker Bagbin ebetimi I recall back the members few days it was just about 4 to 5 days to election and I woka chair me say enye possible say ebeye possible kra no it will be after say Yatu Abanawi. Indeed, there was a statement to that effect. Yes, but say on the 16th of December. I mean, members, Ebesamba back. But Yahoo, maybe 2024 elections, especially the parliamentary one, echo an absolute majority for the National Democratic Congress. The more observed so far, now I feel yemra the details of it.
It's looking like the parliamentary balance in Rebecca the absolute majority on there was simple majority and then unyabano just a little over 50% usually and only yenya your absolute majority I no amaya hodwo emuno the standards change there were be a omodia no you need 3/4 for absolute majority e binimo how need 2/3 Ghana the 2/3 say ya chemu miensa no so ultimate famu mienu they are over the friend absolute majority because Yamamra constitution limuno many of the things are and only a high standard they vote on a nomona a required 2/3 and your normal absolute and your normal majority simple majority sir from the it's appearing that and now for the very first time in the history of the Fourth Republic, 1992, free in competitive parliamentary elections MPP women parliaments are producing absolute majority. Just like 8 parliaments here, hang parliaments different angle. On my hang parliament and the idea, or some or my absolute so at the debate, that's what it's looking like, and we are still monitoring. Of course, official results in for us to say for a fact it's a standard here. Another angle and so you move a chance to Dekaka and it's independent MPs so Barbados, at least more than the one in this 8th parliament. No. What is unfortunate is that parties seem not to be doing anything to garner seats. Other smaller parties, so far, any BB cry from the constituencies.
One more grand, one more nimble campaign, one more, we can say that about them, and we'll make sure going into next 4 years. Our parties here, one more political preneurs, I mean, they waste our time. Was said that Boapa did the Dimba ballot, so no acquaint people who are kakra, no acquaint this who are kakra, was you me a flag bearer, be diaba, entino, or Jessica, we are not in them now would instead of so Bequacoya Jumani and your third force, woman year Jumao. Why when you 1% be our battle, party as I see Guno, when you're serious. But me what we post to so Sammy, may pray to us more. Super majority in Ghana's 9th parliament with a possibility of an independent caucus. Or say it's going to be very different in the 9th parliament and the comfortable majority for the NDC. Now, explain to me what it will mean for the work of parliament. Say, happen, say, NDC equal absolute majority. Absolute majority will mean, say, they are having 2/3 of the total members of parliament which is 276. Now, I mean, parliament Jumano the effectiveness, the oversight role ISS legislature no a play on the other arms of government and other institutions. I mean, in this case, NDC na Eba Power, John Mahama will be back. Sign a BCI in terms of accountability and then checks and balances. You bet me, I share who say, you bet me some level of effectiveness for the oversight role. I'm Rashebidano a play.
Well, so a few things. The kindness, of course, 2/3 majority, only 184 out of 276. And no Krena NDC Chum 184, no, and as 184, no, absolute majority, no, would mean say a lot of government business will go very smoothly. Okay. Buying the Diviba Parliament, and come for a bit me a shepherd in your mano to a smooth landing. But then also that requires that there will be a lot of watchfulness. Okay. Civil society, media, and even minority in our parliament. You know, we need to yes, we need government business to progress because of why, but it needs to be scrutinized. And the scrutiny now, you know, will not only happen in parliament. It will have to happen also outside of parliament, civil society, media. And yes, based on our history as a country, one shana absolute majority now is because politicians can use it capriciously. That's the first point. The second point, apart from saying about government business, they say in terms of I mean, you know, it costs about ministers, normal parliaments, and now man numbers now is slow. For the first time, we will not have that problem necessarily. Why do I see it? The NDC to mean 184 no chumwa. It was President Mahama promises that no ministers won't far more than 60. The Amamra constitution say about 50% is free parliament. You then for the class that 30 is free parliament, another 40. We is at 30, another 40 is free. 184 plus now one more choice won't be anymore. You still have about 154, 144. You know, above 140 MPs from the NDC side, how many ministers? Plus MPP for minority plus independent for no. So they must be in parliament. It means that for the very first time, no, in a situation ruling party nipa parliament, ministers are and with the excuse of minister and me too quiet and me ministerial duties na there because even if all your ministers are not around in this current situation, how to me go ahead with government business. In desire excuse no, the third point, oversight in some say okay, the NDC phone kwan you do want to be our parliament. Exactly. It's then near oversee the government. Of course, oversight will be one of the things that a bigger problem. And until I make sure we say, see a shena, as media, as civil society, as team for your policy system, why? Because the mechanism of parliament is oversight through committees of parliament. Committees of parliament, you know, ministry, department, agency, no, maybe sector, or committee, I shall also. Send a bear the oye, who seek a ceremony at the adina, and almost so in making sure that you are doing things the right way. By parliamentary arrangement, you know, in the past, in committees, apart from BMU, in NDC for a bear chairpersons. Once the Binya do committees, so you want to oversight across. However, in this new standing orders, no maka krabe tinyasasa, and I know they might hope to say, if they really truly mean oversight, Parliament can do something about it. What are some of these things? They decline, and they say by parliamentary arrangements, no. Once the NDC across it to 2/3, the percentage are award in members of parliament. So that percentage now no be saying in every committee. Okay. It is our 66%, and that's 2/3 of members of parliament. The committee be 15 members obenya mu 2/3, obenya 10. Now minority then 5. So the committee 21 members, obenya 2/3. Be 14. Now minority then that's how the distribution of committees will be. You know, super majority will also be super majority at all committee levels. I see. And in himself, oversight near 2 bar. Super majority no what. if the NDC MPs are not minded, maybe they want to do it more partisan. But the other good thing, they say, to see our understanding orders of parliament, committees, you may be up for us to see near Kosovo. Just like
this time around, okay. So you'll be allowed to go in there and see what is happening.
Yes, or even if you don't even go in there, it may be streamed live. It's a parliamentary plenary, you stream the live in the it is oversight, is suffering, and we will know. And that's where the NDC MPs must know. So the people of Ghana will be following, because now we have a more open committee system. So they don't oversight. And the way that Ghana for punish MPs be in these elections, when these things are observed and they don't do things right, they must know that the next elections will come. Apart from that, one other angle in the sense is your committees are by the standing orders, omo abemu and the chair. Your committees is why omo ni abemu and the omo chair. And those are quite very powerful committees.
Public Accounts Committee.
Bibi to say public accounts, I know the name no dada. Bibi to say subsidiary legislation committee, I know the name that subsidiary legislation committee on motion LI so. And now see I know the government assurances committee account over in the last few months, Honorable Okujeto in this current parliament. In this case, it be free minority side. And government assurances committee, and government parliamentary assurance committee, and they say, so who are buying wash your ball? One measures a boy share, with this one. Into Boshebia, Oshebia, no more trotto. At the right time, my friend say, I buy. When I also be my 24-hour economy, away. Abai, when I also be away. When I also be I don't know, will be chaired by the minority. If they have an opportunity, although the membership, will have more NDC members because of quota system now, but it still will be chaired by the minority. After apart from committees, I don't know, majority to vote and a minority to another ruling party and a ruling, near the canons, the new standing orders of parliament, and also in accordance with percentage. Therefore, parliament committees, about 30. There are about 15 there, and constant. Say a coida majority, and I say a coida ruling party, caucus. Because if I say security and intelligence committee say, we be show position in that. Foreign Affairs Committee say, we be show position in that. Finance Committee, we be show position in that. No more there by rules, a ruling party in that. But no matter say the other ones, I don't know, public accounts, subsidiary legislations, and government assurance, and also the minority. But the Ebekano, the NDC in your third, NDC in your parliament seat in the third, and also no committees now can move to third. I no number chair. Na minority in your almost percentage or munya, and also be chairperson's room. And these are mechanisms that they can use for oversight. However, with the numbers, so they can use they can use it to frustrate oversight. Internet will require seeing any better. Na you say the new parliament you have to about amaomono is the kind of parliament that requires say you need to bring so. He gave you this amazing majority for a purpose. What they yet at the power. And one of the things that they can do with this supermajority is that there are some provisions of the constitution that, for example, must change. But constitution is said to change it. This is parliament now more than 2/3, and after 2/3 and above. Into those ones, so they see our NDC has no excuse. So I'm going to catch and say, any cooperation from MPP 40 me and yes, a bit to say, see a better ama MMDCs.
Exactly.
2/3. Then the other time, and they say that two parties in play. Omunina to say to Obama DCs, MCs, near the idea, and then so Bacosi and a party line, Bacosi and a party line. Your mom play in that angle, so they couldn't get a 2/3. But they see an NDC has a 2/3. And NDC in Zona, you need to almost say almost a band of partisan lines. And it has been in their previous manifesto. I think the current one, and soon they say so we expect to say MMDCs in some as soon as possible. They have, if they have the 2/3, they don't need anybody to start with. The constitutional amendment they say to make sure say your best start to be elected your MMDCs, so that by the next if I say elections of assembly forum,
yes,
not Twaba
and for contesting
MCs, DCs.
Interesting times ahead, but we wait to see how things will play out. But finally, the attrition rate and also na me the is here because a lot of the mighty ones are falling in parliament now. You don't see most of that from the NDC side. It almost look as if NDC for one big gurus are still back to parliament. And Ahmed Ibrahim Woho Oshe Tamale Urua former minority leader Haruna Idrisu Ewoho Atoforsen Ewoho Kofi Amabua is back to parliament. I mean, a lot of them Okuja Tomunyano are there. Dingo Pram some George Munyano are back to the parliament, and these are tough guys. I mean, they've been in the chamber for a very long while. Now you come to the NPP's bench, and then almost all their big shots. Wamunyano Eko Obi Amwa is no more as Leusuko. KT Hamon echo a lot more of the people and Lucy Wamunyano a seat. Now, how will this play out in terms of the raw parliamentary work, experience, and scrutiny of the bills a beba? Okay, say I mean the new people no cry urban womu betimi learning on the job as quickly as possible. Now, one more adapted to a nearma. Are we going to see a more effective parliament in the 9th one a year coming? And now say most experienced ones are every musiciano. I mean, will bring us some level of downfall when it comes to the work.
You are right about observations. NDC side no be more powerful, but not just in numbers, but even in experience. MPP are straight almost major legislators be through Omo because they volunteered not to contest in their party.
Exactly.
Any almost what they have lost. Into on the experience. Now NDC would have the experience on their side and would also have the numbers on their side. As a walk into a fighter, we are lightweight, now heavyweight now in the Kwako. The scale is not balanced at all for the MPP. However, there is room for learning. I think it's there are some of the NDC MPs they came in also as freshmen, and by dint of hard work, experienced legislators, and I say, impactful legislators. Parliamentary business additionally woman right from the very onset. So 1 week, 2 weeks orientation at parliament, just to be able to get you abreast with one or two few things. But on a daily basis about learning. So there was also addition and this time around, there will be many of them. In fact, even if President Mahama decided to be 60 million in every parliament, there will still be 216 MPs. They must be legislators.
Okay.
We are pre-MP, pre-minister, and that's be
one baby business. Business.
Say, one more two for Jumano, now Ankoye, the other distractions, that the okay, I know the meaning of not a uncle pet distractions, a whole war, not parliamentary business on Baya, on the and they will be able to impact both in parliament and outside of parliament. For attrition rate, they are quite regrettable. And at Parliamentary Network Africa, yesterday be about what the attrition rates are looking like, especially as the numbers are coming in and going into next year, and we may be able to show what the situation is looking like. Parliament, baby, I only the experience more and more host to morning shows. And you'll be again, you're morning shows. We need the experience, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, share stations are also, experience, to be able to handle a morning show. That's the kind of thing you need in Parliament because the more you do, the more you learn, and the more you become impactful. However, that does not mean so say Ghana for say you need your bone do the MPC because of experience attrition in they must necessarily be shown the exit if they are not doing too well.
But Sammy, one thing a bit shocking. Some of the new entrants are about more in the 8th Parliament. Nanka ye nimse obi mu ho a wo mo abom ho modern ye obi mo nso guso a wo mo surge forward. But it looks as if say almost quite a number of new entrants are ye hu wo mo in the 8th Parliament, after their first term Ibebri na nso asan Lucy Dakwa Newman has lost her seat. Porchum Berema of Doma East Lucy seat, the question is that a new entrant. I feel no wabemu fufra washa siye kwa wosuya. Now all of a sudden, you better me at Tranketi. Richard, yen confirm me a yensuano. Now yen confirm me Teddy result. I don't know whether he's won and I say well Lucy a yensuano the former NDC member of parliament for Ayensuano. That is typically an NPP seat, but we want to confirm that. So, Sami, what might have accounted for Sani Emawe? Say one more about Mufo Frono, most of them now, Asan Lucy, Wamusita, one more Edebaye.
For me, rather additional Kesiepa Edema, Omo Mubemu Sisiano. You see, sometimes the Apria no party primaries. Main elections, but the incumbents and still in line with attrition. Incumbents on only for them to come to see say, hey, sir, if you are no Senate, sometimes it's not even worth it. International new MP, they just bring right from day one.
Coach
Mama Seleshi. Coach who's the that Ethiopian Maakye attitude me Midania me home cry me home in the Oma Munonya and coach for crab in free match and to coach is Nabo. Into the appropriate time, oh boy, Anya, Obian was as a player, only player, Papa, and I say, Ojuman Tian Sweeney, and whatever. And then they withdraw you. It should be the first lesson. No more must know say we cannot advise them on say but in the future we need to advise them say parliament and better the constituency do honor in the name of them and of accountability. The second thing is that parliament is about the chamber or the parliamentary enclave, but it's also about your constituency.
Okay.
That it is more about your constituency.
Yes,
you can do. You need to do the work in parliament this year. Say Obama, Obiahu say indeed you are a good MP near the idea. However, in your constituency, then our constituents will know say indeed you are representing them. So it must be a balance between the two. And those are some of the reasons. But for many of the new entrants, honestly, Ejumano, it's me brew in a way say 1 year.
4 years now, so cry.
Because 4 years is not an easy, it's not enough time for say Ejumano so. It's 1 year now and apart from the fact that Omu elusu sika through the campaign, and pass a minimum sika through the campaign, maybe a campaign free. Many of them would even thank God so Mulusu.
But I'm talking about somebody like Teddy Ewo Ayensuano constituency anymore in the eastern region. Now, in your earlier commentary, Ose Ejumano is not just about being in parliament, but it equally has to do with the Obeye in your constituency. So, this is one person that, with the entire country, people feel say, well, yeah, Juma, Naho Brasier said your constituency. At the end of the day, the people of Ayensuano, Omwa rejected. I don't know why.
And you see, they are the best judges, really. They think right. The we may probably see, there's some of the MPs that I always say
Hello, Sammy.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
yes, Metonka.
Aha. Now me tell you say me vote who that they could pon e wala.
Okay.
The next door neighbor, so far as constituency is concerned, Lejoku. Lejoku ye bibia ura boy e pray.
Yeah.
So far as I'm concerned, as somebody I was study parliament over the last couple of years, you know, I see no reason, under normal circumstances, Obi to say Okuboy should not be the one representing Lejokuku for in parliament. However, Lejokuku for said daddy near penna near penwo. And they omukasa ni yeti. They are the constituents. They are the people who matter. Until you must know, say, at every point in time, whatever you are doing as an MP, no, you are ensuring, say, it is in line with what the people that matter are saying. Your constituents, no. Until you can be an excellent MP so far as Accra media is concerned. You can be an excellent MP so far as Parliament is concerned. However, you may be a terrible MP as far as your constituents are concerned. And in 4 years, they will punish you.
They will punish you. Final one, I mean, you know, you pass affirmative action law. Say, yeah, because a man do not answer lose your seats, you know. And vis-a-vis, how do we get the numbers to complement? As you call that new man call, Nane year call. Uko a year, how a Kumsin, and also call Lydia Sarah Malhassan, a lot more of the people are one more already the man crowded no so that, but also the way one was lose seats now. How will it look like in the 9th Parliament when it comes to the female members of Parliament?
Yeah, we are still watching. In fact, at Parliamentary Network Africa, and also one of the areas that we are in. In fact, in the next 4 years, no, 2 of the demography of MPs are any Ombe Jumapa as Parliamentary Network Africa, Ma MPs, any young MPs and women MPs. You know, you need to try what the dynamics of a Ma MP will look like. When it comes to young MPs, it appears to say, by and by, we are getting a lot of younger people contesting in various places. According to Interparliamentary Union, the World Union of All Parliaments, a young MP can be defined as will be 45 and below. You know, 45 and below. For it looks like we are getting quite a number of them in Parliament. By man side, we are still tabulating the numbers because whereas some of the women are losing, we are also having some places that either Oba a lose to Oba to say to say Okankwe North, I think, and happy to say Katwa.
Yes, I would to say East.
East. Aha. In some of the instances, and to say Dom Kwabinya, near the idea.
Exactly.
In some of the few instances, so we don't know the number dynamics yet, but it's not looking like a bit to me, it drew 40 now, in the current parliament. We hope that it drew. At least the class will maintain the 40, but we are still monitoring the numbers. But what would then have to happen? And they say, with an affirmative action law passed, now even the few in Parliament, together with the parliamentarians themselves, all of them, should now and all of us as Ghanaians should now start indicating, say, as I say, you're making sure, say. Parliament also will be conforming to affirmative action principles, and that will start from parties. In their party primaries, event and next, what will be the affirmative action indications? To see idea it is too late, but if we start the work now, then there are parties the next constitutional amendment in line with affirmative action law. Then there are the next advocacy in line with affirmative action law. Now, we may get to a point where affirmative action will play out very well in Parliament. To say Sierra Leone say, Emran say that 30% must be women. War parties, say candidate 100, you must make sure say they move 30 right from the very onset. Say you be making sure say. And that will make sure to balance the situation. You know, there are some countries where we are differently. Some countries, you know, the only say we party. Some of your strongholds, you know, because the honor by all means, you must only field a female candidate. Any so there are many options that we can look at, particularly for this 9th parliament here. It may not be very good for affirmative action. However, this same 9th parliament has the opportunity, say, advocacy, the right things, using the law now, 8th parliament to pass it, you know, to ensure, say, we would have better women representation at all levels of governance. And yes, President Mahama, so send 60 ministers, no, the other appointees, no. How would affirmative action play in those things? That would be a way of setting the right tone. Say, Onokra as president, no, what the affirmative action be? Because for the very first time, we're having a female vice president.
Exactly.
You know, at the level of the first top four people that our constitution recognizes, no, we don't know who will become speaker Monday. Now, if you says the speaker Krana, it will be Vice President, Chief Justice being women, President, Speaker being men, 50-50, which would be brilliant. You know, how are we ensuring, say, in other appointments, we'll be able to get something similar to that in those other appointments? How is Parliament ensuring, say, they'll do the right advocacy and make sure the parties do the necessary changes to ensure that by the next elections, we can boast of a Parliament that is affirmatively sensitive?
Very well. Sorry, I must be grateful for your time. I mean, yeah, not 2 hours, Juma. So maybe idea you must answer wedding come. Why? And that is the Executive Secretary, Edema, the Parliamentary Network Africa, speaking to us in details about what is likely to happen in the 9th Parliament. Now, we cannot also say, sir, the 8th Parliament, near to a foregone conclusion. No, we have some few weeks to go until on the 16th of December. It is expected, sir, the 8th Parliament, ebesanso ababet nasibim na afe adwuma akamu a womo entimi ewie ye no womo betimi ewie ansa de akodi broja na afe ye rafe foforo ne mu a yetimi aswear in the 9th Parliament. And that is what is happening. Every angle of the conversation with the latest Parliament year coming, which is the 9th Parliament, Anna Sami Obin Agboyema Yetimi Atini Nano Asim Pacho. Join you live with Facebook na Fawa Dream Training in Ano Ebra 19 minutes after 8. And this is Kessben Election Avenue so any on Maakye na Anope. We are letting you know baby issues in Ano Akwakodru. Now surely me do be call a year screen no so na many wo edin komo. I'll be showing you the map of Ghana na afi watching ehu baby attorney green any baby still blue no maintained na afi yabano region by region the provisional result eba seat NDC aflipe the NPP aflipe so far how the numbers game AC echo for both sides na afi yetimi ashe. Now they say we will go back into previous elections from 2016, 2020, even to a far extent 2012. Na yashe constituencies nibia abasisia no NPP elusino. The margins are no modikita those seats vis-a-vis NDC etimi overturning the margins must say seats no aflipe ababidi wamo aside. And that is what is happening. We'll take you on that journey surely na yetimi anywhere this and common. But keep coming in with your messages join you live or Facebook neswa ubetimi edi wajen channel edi aba na na mebubo the one crata be so at the mouth. Yabasa kwa kumani so akoye adwuma ba but daily guide aba enti Kumasi goes dead. Mo Kumasi any asante one tem no adopa ye maybe phone lines no mo ma ye ntem nka edi enti Kumasi aye din sa. I mean when you too much soccer na or whatever happened, I mean we'll give you that opportunity so you could share with us. But free day one aye to abending in Kumasi ye din free day one from Saturday morning, Ebabesi and Rano Pakrana Yenyan declare, the street of Kumasi was very, very silent. And we'll speak to our reporters. I na afe womo etimi amayen details nina na yetimi ahese Why is Kumasi so quiet? I mean, Abanwomoane Kotoye. I mean, Ashanti region is typically an NPP dominated region. They came there in their numbers. More party executives, Bahom, Dr. Bawumia was there for about 15 solid days. 2 weeks on a row. Ebetina region in the year campaign near there. I have seen some people posting say over 2.1 million votes. And I mean, Asante Fona and said down to Aban Womo MP and Kwanko to Ama a year the NPP and no and Akakofa weighing in ano Ediaba. But the question is that are you blaming the voters or you are blaming the national hierarchy of the new patriotic party? Campaign a womo ye and san and SS almost structure almost campaign and campaign a womo ye and Napo kwa no beard dinechi, Baumia kwa no beard dinechi. Was that really a problem? Did they see problem about those arrangements and they felt that it was okay? The fancy campaign and no more year. In fact, I must acknowledge the fact say a Juma Dr. Bawumia you know, okay, and no na at margins in so. And it is clear, Dr. Bawumia and were crisscrossing around the country so effectively. Deliver the message of hope to the good people of Ghana. It is unfortunate, whether fortunate or unfortunate, say Abatu no anko ne side. But Bawumia as a candidate of the party waye juma. It could be say apathy no asset in. The mode ye nkrofo 4 years ago, still nkrofo ebo enyo sa. All this one no na ye catch them say ni papa mu a anka mu gina campaign platforms ne so a. The edi kan no ene say mompacho. Na more accepting responsibility of the fact to say yes share mo boss ye be ABCD nanso ye ba ye no ensi say ya ye womunti ABCD no entimi amane sa momfa nche yen na mommoa yen ye kɔ yenim no ye betimi aye niema ye but I mean edru baby no na akwakoye a little bit fanciful but ma memra ho mane so na mene aye ora David Oforia champion eni nkomo wono no aye educationist or say ye labor expert enkomodie bebre ne ba ye o education no free SHS no John Mahama so ba wo beye emra e de atachiri na wa create photo a ebetimi aboa ma dabia no ye behu se free SHS no e wo sika wo ho no ma e bo achidom na afa emra nso tachiri free SHS no the NPP says no Mahama review our work and means cancellation wo ba nyon wo de ba ye enti ontimi mesomu embeye niye free senior high school was on top of the decision-making table. Ghana for Eshehu, Yentuaba, and Farmer Free Education, digitization, and Nasa Yentuaba, and Farmer 24-hour economy, and then in Kokon Keten, as they put it. Nigina Ghana for taking decision. No, of Maakye.
Speaker, make sure what thing.
I mean, where pa now also baby I did.
Nyamiado me where pa.
Oh yeah, pa. Yeah, that trade and pass. What go to Ababa? What be doing cry? I think.
Oh, me so about one cry.
Oh, okay. I see. But my name komo. I mean, what the education? What the we need the no. I was through ye pa. At the table of the decision making. Ghana for necessarily compare the John Mahama and the Dr. Bawumia Eka free SHS arguably was not out of this particular election in terms of policy and in the dynamics by. But Ghana for decided for an option moving into the next 4 years. What do you think might have accounted for the SCCC? Ghanaians do really believe say yen review free senior high school as a policy and because one more Akasium vote largely for John Mahama who proposed say be a review with the policy.
Well, said I would think Ghanaians have made their decision. And our decision is based on political parties, they are only to Ghana for any. The issue of cancellation, there are things that it was settled even before the vote because NDC Fono came out completely to say that is not their intention to be cancelled or be improved. I can remember say President Mahama or Kase they would decentralize food supply stocks. They would cancel double tracking. And the idea in the education sector now. And they as well promise say one more the private schools now
woman students need been woman enroll woman as part of the policy and the ideal college action nessa schools in no ananka you name say private senior high schools are woman world kwalana free SHS and kwalano do na free woman sef no he promised what the woman so ever become on students no be alcohol and yes meet you
Speaker, and then some of the year ayana politicians ayana sometimes okasa be breed so now the question is that the private school excuse me, I'm being honest, they don't have the stock of level of competence that public school teachers know.
In terms of what?
Secondary school education. Because a teacher for which was secondary school. Now they compare a teacher for more private school. More private public schools no Number two, salary a teacher for more private schools does not match up to the salary for more public schools. It is a creating a balance. Taking all this into consideration, putting children to private secondary schools will become a problem because parents very resist because of that baby may buy one more and to say be over become secondary school. So what and no, it's something that they must think through. Anyway, almost on by national dialogue and education.
Exactly.
How these things can be done. The second one, a little bit of concern to me is the cancellation of the double track, because there has not been any definite from the policy statement from the NDC. I actually say APIA from the beginning of the next academic year, which will be the 25-26 academic year. Double track, you better cancel. Ghanaians' expectation, in the absence of that particular statement, then will mean says will take your officer within the shortest possible time, also chat double track. And you say they must address it to alleviate the misunderstanding that people may have concerning the cancellation of the double track. And you say one thing they have to address. My next major concern, there was that policy document, 120 days, is how are they going to deal with labor? How are they going to deal with labor? Because prior to the elections, there was a lot of labor agitation.
Exactly.
It's a very important point. I was thinking, what the government will be doing in the first 120 days of its existence, and so on. Then these practical steps will be taken. Because what is there?
Yes, but over on the labor front, can we say, sir, the NDC and John Mahama, were absolutely straightforward with labor and then Ghana for entirely. I remember, sir, Omeki comment, sir, Oba Mumani holiday kakra because Omaini si kasem no engineer ye and no eye one. It became a whole topical issue, sir. Obi awo babe ye jumano, and then his explanation were that sikasem no engineer ye now we labor be fighting for salary increments no any idea. He ought to understand Enema SCC and then adjust economically and sign as such announcement no ebetmia. But the more reason why the NDC did not really promise that much when it comes to the labor front. And can you forgive them to say okay, one said that amount promise be able to me binding it to it as labor, but yen chairman entina konyani sunye na yen share what he have to offer. Can that argument be made in that context?
Speaker, as for me as an individual who is a retirement can also say I can speak for the working people, but my experience with workers, then I'm in it.
Okay.
In most instances, workers don't care whether you tell them because the history of labor agitation, every government has struggled with it from rolling stamps there. And most of the time, they are unable to address problems workers because of Sikasem. So, there is another critical, very important agenda in the first 120 days. So sit back and let people understand. Say because the COVID by now you workers. I made that suggestion. you have to port, which then implies that the source of revenue ever from, and that's become a boy.
Exactly.
Because that's where a lot of our money comes from. You have taken it upon yourself to say you can revive the economy, but when people die, you can't do it. Good. As you for the but go back to the people and tell them that you can't hear you know. Yedi beye ejuma dachi. By then I'm saying you can be anyone to yedi chiamo. Said the beya. Say yale no to me court near share and mua. You better share for. This one, Kenya government Kenya government if you know, as you for the uno mo bedelia, uno mon transit, now uno mon chitre at the no mon for infant to ho. Said the beya who be high how because I know for sure. Say those issues no I say JBA share Sumbia say.
Okay.
I be like nothing. No, they must seriously begin to look at it. Now Munti address no munya space, you know. Because it's one thing saying say Mami holiday and it's another thing they saying that may any holiday be and may
Yes, but I'm just saying, sir, in terms of honesty, sir, Nipana culture, I mean, it will be expected, sir, at least certain level of promises between me and Abba. Now, in the context where the person has been emphatic to say, sir, mean to me, said that and shamu because the mimi who am a teacher, me who no, and near money said that and yes, sir. So, unless you allow me the opportunity to get in there, see what is in there, and then we can now think of adjusting. And you would have to give me a certain period that making me and sort it out, sir, and near money. You have said, say yes, labor they don't care. Say why you ready and now when you're ready. What musika no here, but the reality no will as well dawn on us. We are equally Ghanaians. And since I didn't know no more, I mean, how will he be able to fish it out for the labor?
And I make us say it must be part of their critical decisions in this first 120 days. So, yeah, get them to understand. Not only about election, and people were demanding salary increases. You know, they must address it immediately. Because from my experience from the labor front, you know, these are some of the things that may crop up. And you know, now address them immediately. If you think that you need time, get them. You organize labor or get the front to sit down. Open up the realities to them. Let them know it's a problem until they give us time to organize it. If the problem now is the fact that it has to do with issues of salary. Look, you are operating single spine policy over 10 years. Such as here. In it, you know, there has been so many things that are all wrong in the single spine. So what will be their position on the single spine? For me, I've always advocated there should be a review on the single spine because the basic aim of the single spine is equity within the public sector working group.
Okay.
But within the same group now, both different treatment. Different treatment. And now offers agitations when you know. So if they are able to say, look, let's do a comprehensive review of the single spine, just like it was thought of from President Kufuor for time, now you go back to that.
Kessben.
Then we'll have some industrial piece. The leverager with that undue pressure. It's not part of your budget.
Very well, very well. And I think these are some of the things I anticipate to say. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Uncle free lines, so. Nah, go reborn.
Yeah, come.
Maakye.
Yeah, no.
Na eti say.
Nyamia domara kwa.
Mabre ankasa,
Mabre nyasem ketua.
Mabre ankasa.
Me suma bre papa.
Me beja. Nana.
Oh, no kama kasa. Me nizo beja me. Ba him pass aka me beja wo. We say am kwaya ade.
Wa meja me.
Na
to me bo wa meja.
Obisa Mr. Francis obeka.
Mr. Wa. But we are fine. And to started for me screen so why now let's look at the Ghana map entirely now Sena Niamano AC Echo nothing has really changed from a year the previous hours you who said the trend of the result I started to kill in the Bibiano wa assessor and bro there was a little bit of a year doubt about a year Dome Kwabenya to say finally. I mean, the NPP has lost Dome Kwabenya, and indeed, I told you, figures will play out. Now, Yabesha Nana made the top 20 constituencies, the most populated one, Nebetu. So now, how many of them are NPP Timi a winning year? Now, how many of them are NDC? So, Timi a winning year. Now, you know, sir, that top 20, Greater Accra na womo ekita 12 constituencies out of the top 20. So if they are able to win majority of those top 20 constituencies, then no doubt it's reflected in the final result who say NDC etimi enyane. So this is how it's looking like. Nana, as at this morning, this is the Ghana map. Greatly as we speak, just 4 regions are blue. So you talk about the eastern region, which is blue already, a typical good region for the New Patriotic Party, and that is the region for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. That is blue. Obi Adam say eastern region. Definitely, the NPP will win that particular region. The Ashanti region is also still blue for the New Patriotic Party. Then I told you, so I'll bring you back again. You see, you can't say that it's not as if say. Nana, I gave you some top 5 regions. I told you said those regions a stronghold of the NPP. Okay, that was Eastern, Ashanti, and then Ahafo, including Bono region. Okay, but this time around, the NDC has taken Bono region. So it should tell you say automatically election not a what you see. I'll come back to that. Remember, top 5 regions na me dibu mono, and I told you say regions ni nyina 5 ni nyina kaboma. NPP strongest hold wamu figures are now woman will be around 7 million, okay, in terms of voter population. But unfortunately, 5 you look at this place, Eastern, Ashanti, Ahafo, Northeast, Ababeka Hose say for them, which we predicted. And 4 regions right now belonging to the New Patriotic Party. Now, beginning from up north, you have Upper East, Upper West, Northern Savannah, you have Oti region, you have Bono East, you have Bono now turning green, okay, which is quite surprising per this. Bono are turning green. Now, Western North is already green, 9 constituencies in this particular region. NDC are taking 8 out of the 9. There be region by mention map in the answer to was okay, by many now to was I want to show Ghana for something. And see, I told you NPP strongholds. Now, Ahafo region, Ashanti, Bono region. Okay, so yeah, tabulation now, yeah, calculations. We realized that by the previous data, NPP was winning the Bono region almost in every subsequent election. But in this time round, one more Lucy. But we predicted say Bono ne become automatically ebeba. Now in the Western region, we were saying say per the trends, the New Patriotic Party, has won several times from the Western region. But again, I told you say activities bebre na no ankoso ewo region dormant. Now as I speak to you, 17 constituencies. The NPP has won only 2 in the Western region. Now everybody cannot say. So it tells you clearly, baby about 1 year the Westerners were so much angry with the fact that say mobile development be ankoso interchange back one moka say mo ye wo ajip runabout e dia maye no interchange no so a eno so akaho. But fortunately for Kobi Ochremensa, the regional minister Ananka Mepesu Oluso no watimi maintaining the seat no Takrade constituency itself. And that is for him. But Takrade Metropolis in Sina say Yatoaba now within the Takrade Metro no constituency say woman no NDC ajini na typically an NPP dominated metropolis. But this time round, assessor. So these were the 5 topmost regions. Now, Bono is gone, Western is gone, but you still have Ahafo. And also Eba for the NPP, and then the Eastern and the Ashanti. So clearly, that is what has happened. Now, take me back to the map. Now, so in just about 16 regions, Nana, you can arguably say the NDC has won 12 major regions, okay, out of the 16. Upper West, Upper East, Savannah, Northern region, Bono East, Oti region, Volta region, Greater Accra, Central region, Western North, and then Bono region. So that is what has happened. And in case you didn't know, as at this morning, this is the map of Ghana. And across the country, everywhere is green, and it's a massive victory for the National Democratic Congress. And this is how now we'll take you to the past. Na afe ya hwe Richard Mumfamen ko eye software no eso na yenhwe enkomo ni bi emfri ho nana. We are going into the past elections, the 2016, the 2020, and even to a far extent the 2012. The ebaye na afe ya hwe se figures libya eba no omo appreciate ye womo nso decline ye in terms of voting any numbers ebaye no. We will take you through surely na afi wetimi ehu the koso the margins ni nyina no enie. So stay with me na yemfa eno no emre osisia. Tonight, and this is Kessben. Pacho, we're joining you live on 92.9 and afi 93.3 Kessben TV. Live across the country, and afi Asida TV, Kessben Plus. Nina no, I don't pay uchi live. Was so now pay you sending me message. I've been making cardia. My quite interesting. Yes, you would do Kumasi Montin Sunina Ayedi and Abisio. Dintia Ayedi. Payina sending me the response to it. That Mekani no heady amount surely. These are the figures we've been working with all this while, and we have all the records of the previous elections as a country. We'll take you through that data surely. Now share some of the major constituencies. Now yetimi enewo ede ho enkomo. Now you come to 2016. Osha 2016 figures we will come to that for you surely. Now afi yetimi enewo edi eho enkomo. Now region at every point in time you realize that regions no bebrenano are appreciated in terms of figures. Already you know how 2024 esi etie, and for that reason ubetimi eho the reason tia trends accord the way yetimi eho ne say. Now osha both presidential and then parliamentary. Now let's look at a year presidential in Ahafo region in 2016. This is how in the entire Bono enclave because by 2018 a year church regions a mono, but we have the data specifically because wouldn't constituency okay, you put it together informing the Ahafo region. The data is equally there. You said previously before 2018 18 Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo eba power abechiche eye regions ni mono. We still had some constituency you put it together to form the Ahafo region. So if you want to know the data for 2016 you must as well go back to those constituencies. Now, as 47 minutes after 8, you are live on Kessben TV. Asida TV, Kessben FM 92.9, Kessben 93.3. Now, this is what we are talking about. And the constituencies are forming the Ahafo region. In 2018, President Akufo-Addo decided say obetite regions no emono. Now we put those constituencies together. Remember, the constituencies are forming the Ahafo region. So far, no year war about. So we have 6 constituencies forming the Ahafo region. Now, as we speak, in this year's election, the air nana NDC are taking 5 major constituencies out of the 6 Ahafo region. Now, 6 constituencies are the forming region. No, okay, kasa 6 constituencies ni na no ebom na opeke omo elections data in 2016. This is how the presidential elections felt. Now in 2016, the total registered voters are now Ahafo region was 304,576. Then you look at the percentage of vote NDC etimi enya plus what the NPP had. So in 2016, NDC enya 98,071. The New Patriotic Party came in with 122,790. Then the other parties were able to garner 2,106. And this data is for 2016. Total valid vote in 2016 was 222,967. Then the total percentage of voter turnout in 2016. Who said this time round, the turnout, was it low? Was it high? You're picking on regional basis as the result for 2024, Egusua Urban, so that you compare those data to the very ones then we'll be able to decide. Say, for 2024, Ebia, one more participate here, one more beto abano. Indeed, said the year kase will form near the we can be able to understand it better. And that is it. Total turnout in that region for 2016 was 73.2. The turnout for the NDC, for the NPP was 32.2, and that is what actually transpired. Now, over a year parliamentary DNO, you will be able to understand the way so the NPP versus the NDC parliamentary, you are looking at somewhere 46.5% and then 52.8%. So what it tells you is that, Nana, arguably, as we have told you, say in the past, the New Patriotic Party, used to win the Ahafo region. The 6 major constituencies are Yakekambom and they form the Ahafo region. Indeed, it is reflecting in what we are seeing here. And then per the total voter population. Now we can go from constituency to constituency, but we just want to give you a general overview of what has happened. Typically, the Ahafo region, was for the New Patriotic Party. But this time round, the NDC has been able to flip it. Even in a major election like 2016, you see how our data, AC Echo, any voter the NPP had over 118,000 as against 104,000 for a year parliamentary. Okay, candidate at the Boma. Say ye break it down a year constituency by constituency per this particular data ekita yenua, then you will be able to understand the conversation we are having this morning. Ubetimi ede wadwen cheni nyina no ede aba yebeji na yakinkan ni nyina no ede aba. Now let's come to the Bono region, because it's equally part of conversations are a buy. Now let's deal with the presidential for the Bono region. Indeed, it was part of new regions are created here from the Brong Ahafo region itself. So you have the Bono East, the Bono region itself, and then the Ahafo region. Now for 2016, now we are looking at how the data is. 2016, clearly the figures are making it clear to you, say the New Patriotic Party won the Bono region. Okay, we predicted, say, per the 5 strongest base and now strongholds of the New Patriotic Party and near the cause abatuo we mono arguably nankese se NPP etimi e winning the Bono region. Now uba in 2016, we had a total registered population of 592,232. The NDC in 2016, Oka regions na constituencies na a former Bono region no ebomwa. Now the NDC was able to garner 155,173. Now the reasons here I keep repeating say Oka constituencies ni boom no is because of the fact is prior to the 2016 elections, not yet one region, okay? And see the Ahafo, the Bono East, and then the Bono region itself, not Yakanemi and Sanina Abum. Nanado, a winning 2016 election, I saw any in we 2018, and was started say Ochiche regions, no emo. But before that, what I'm saying is that before that, constituencies are they forming those regions, okay? Now you're talking about Hodada. Na the American what I say enti Osha constituency na ye dia forming region na woka omo election records any omo data no eboma, you will still be able to understand how many people voted in 2016. Per the number of constituency yakika bom and their forming region no. And I'll tell you the numbers shortly. Now I've told you say I have 6 constituencies. Enti Bono region 12 constituencies, and then we are even told say as we speak, the NDC has taken 11 out of 12. 11 seats in the Bono region. Now, what it tells you is that automatically, and yet surprising, say NDC etimi aflipe the Bono region. And 592,232. NDC made 155,173. Then the NPP 243,954. And definitely, it was typically a blue region. Only said this time round, the NDC has been able to take it. And this is the previous data from 2016, indicating, Yatuaba in the Bono region, the NPP was winning, especially when it comes to 2016. Now I'll come back to 2020 data, and so then you get to understand that was the last election and sana yaba into the 2024 year. Now you'll be able to understand the reasons here. Data no air code this way. In 2016, the wind of change was equally blowing everywhere. Okay, and I have original NPP winning in 2016. Don't be surprised. The Bono regional woman winning in 2016. Do not be surprised. Said the ACNA in 2016, there was the massive test for change. And obviously you could see most of the regions, the New Patriotic Party as well won all of them with some 60.4% as against the performance of the National Democratic Congress, 38.4%. And arguably, by 2016, the Bono region was equally a blue region for the New Patriotic Party. Then you come to a year, the Bono East itself. Now, you share the data for 2016 presidential. Okay, the Bono East in 2016 voted massively for the NDC. So arguably, Senate may form the 5 strongest hold of the New Patriotic Party coming into this election. Now, me for Bono East and for the New Patriotic Party. Okay, because even in 2016, at the time Nkrofo airpay change, Bono East still went ahead and voted for the NDC, and the figures are showing 520,453 registered voters are now a voters register. So as at 2016, even though na Ghanaians were looking for change, NDC was able to make 189,086 out of the 520,000 are now a year voters register. So then comes the New Patriotic Party making 164,176. So arguably, in 2016, even though people were calling for change, John Mahamane NDC Lucia that particular election, yet they still won the Bono East region in terms of presidential results, making 52.8% as against the performance of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, making 45.9%. And Sena ye kwa abatuo we mo automatically you should be able to know, sir, one of the regions are favorite for the NDC, the Bono East region. And that is that for 2016 data. No, we can as well go on for the other regions. But you can't catch us, share analysis now. You have the Bono region, you have the Hafo region, you have the Eastern and all of that. But per what you have seen, the reason here and the Bono region Aflepeno is what you are seeing from our data here in our studio. But what joining in your air 92.9, would here live a 93.3. So we can as well do that for the other year regions. Now let's come to the central region, a very critical region going into this election. 2016, automatically they voted for the New Patriotic Party in terms of presidential election. So the NDC versus the New Patriotic Party presidential result for 2016, NDC was able to do 44.5%, NPP a year 53.7%. As at the time, now more total registered voters of 1,413,138. Okay, this is for the central region, a very swing region. NDC made 405,262. NPP made 496,668. And that's Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2016 was the presidential candidate for the NPP. 2016, went for the NPP. As to how our NDC are managing a flip it from 2016 and 2020, March 2024, regional ababedi womo aside, will tell you some of the dynamics ebia are contributing to that. Now, I feel yetimi ene wo edi ho enkomo. And this is how in 2016 the central region voted. I just want to show you the data. Now, I feel wetimi ehu na yetimi edi ho enkomo. Now, let's go to Ashanti. Now, in 2016 presidential, Ashanti region 76% for the New Patriotic Party. But the question I hear beside is, Anopeya ye kasei, will the NPP be able to make 70% even in the Ashanti region? Per the result are Ebayana. Okay, the commitment levels. Now, I want you to see these figures because you call 2020 you see the performance of the region. Now, you compare Ebisa say, yes, Santifu Mpia and Kotuaba. And the NPP for LUC over some 2.1 million votes. But we'll ask ourselves and see, is it truly the case? Now, even in 2016, voter population and Ashanti region was 2,885,061. Now, not a new 3 million now, one more in 2020 and then 2024. Now, in 2020 and 2024, voter population should from 2 million about 3 million ranges, okay? And then you are still seeing an improvement when it comes to the total voting population and what the Ashanti region. At the end of it all, NDC made 492,432. NPP made 1,646,964 in Ashanti region in 2016. And I don't know eba be contributed to the fact say John Mahama elusu 2016 election no, by some 1 million votes. I mean, clearly, you could see the voter difference eba, okay, in the Ashanti region. Now, about 2020, we will see, and then we will ask whether the NDC performed well in 2020. Now, I face our performance now, one movie, you know, whether or not it be an improvement be abba, okay, in the 3 subsequent elections, then you can be able to understand the data. So, Oshe had no more, the general performance overall, 76.4% for the New Patriotic Party, and then 22% for the NDC in the Ashanti region. Now, we know I am interested. So, now, in 2016, the voter turnout in Ashanti region was 74.6%. But your friend to team natural to home money, okay? Because they say, you know, party, you know, matis and posti, so air social media. Say Ashanti for Mpia Metuaba, okay? So the turnout is very, very important. Now, if you had a turnout of 74.6% in 2016, you remember 2020, now you figure a buyer in terms of turnout, okay? Now, if you know a declare result, you know, for 2024, we are you total turnout, you know, for the regional, then we can make a better assessment of the fact. You say Asante 4 P Betuaba and now 1 more Betuaba, entina ama de akosino, yehuno a day. And that is it. So, we share a year the valid vote cast for a year 2016 krana. You have a total registered voter population of 2,885,000. Okay, 85,061. But the valid vote cast is equally 2,154,616. So obviously, you should be able to understand, sir, the voter turnout, you know, was very massive for 2016 in terms of a year Ashanti regional vote, and that is that for the Ashanti region. Now, ma yemra a year the Eastern region, because arguably, and also member up. Definitely. So in 2016, Eastern region, the NPP's performance was 62.8%. Then, as against the NDC, 36.8%. Voter turnout in Eastern region, the region of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, okay, in 2016 was 66.8%. But this time round, Nana Addo is no longer the candidate for the New Patriotic Party. And Yabeshe said, a poem mantem for no kwanya womo for asupie in 2016, ebeto abade man Nana Addo no, womo de sa ahokekano e de 2024 election yimuana. Now, when we are able to fish out the overall turnout for 2016 and 2020, then we can make a general conclusion. Na obi ant na ni fie amfa so bo na ankobo obi se obi na anya adwuma, okay? Adwuma ni nyina no ye but ye wie ye no mo so asese boto aba no mu pie koto aba na data no ana beche. Now ma yemra a year greater, so obviously Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2016 eternally Eastern region no blue, and it is still blue for the New Patriotic Party. Ma yemra a year the Greater Accra region, the swing region a decided election way. In Greater Accra, total turnout in 2016 was 64.7%. 64.7%. As at the time, so from 2016, now Greater Accra I hit the 3 million mark in terms of voter population. And she also had 3,077,633 for Greater Accra. The NPP won Greater Accra in 2016. Now they were able to make 52.4% as against NDC doing 46.6%. In terms of real nominal figures, or the numbers in Kasa, NDC 928,169 votes for Greater Accra, whilst Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was able to cross the 1 million mark. Okay, so 1,044,472. And this is a year 2016. So you can say you call a year regions because of the time. But I mean, these are the critical regions. Now I will take you to the voter region na afi yahwe the general performance which is a stronghold of the NDC for 2016, then you get to equally understand the way our performance no is in 2016. So in 2016, I mean, arguably, the NDC was able to do 87% in a year the voter region. As at the time, now the total registered voters are a war a year. The voter region was 940,371. Okay, so NPP as against the NDC, the NPP was able to do 60,802, whilst the NDC did 493,141. And that is that. But the voter turnout, okay, even in 2016, for voter region was 59.8%. Now what you say? Enti obeti say yesu angunafo no so anye den anto aba in 20. You see, when the things happen like this, data no ho no ma, it does not lie because figures no show clearly. Yesu angunafo na anto aba wo mo ampie enu kan obi ntina NDC antimi en win 2016. Indeed, unya a total turnout of 59%. Now I think say a average performance. Okay, so the question of one said that MP, you know, for me, it didn't really click. It was just a matter of the fact he said Ghana for do no more change in 2016, because if you are doing a little over 50% of a total turnout, I mean clearly. But we are coming to 2020 now. I think you share a year the 2020 figures dynamics, you know, for a year the mede amount and no pay. So we'll begin with 2020 because we are already in the voter region. So in 2016, Nana, anyway, the data is proving me wrong to a far extent. In 2016, they did 59% in terms of turnout. But 2020, there was a 77.3 total turnout in the voter region. So it means that this time around, votarians will appear in their numbers. What I say, and that was the time I know why your boy Jane said 1% NDC no ever back in 2020, and that was the time and another danko ekufuado so COVID by ya political parties ni bebre kwanya anye campaign na now be kai 2020. So man said that anye campaign na 90 monokra no you were able to do 77.3%. So what actually happened in 2016 ema mo ye munya only a year a 59% turnout. Yes, in 2016. So clearly, I mean, you could see. But here, total registered voters, 924,123. NDC making 606,424 as against the New Patriotic Party, 101,084. For 2020 and 2020 data no amateur, but show 2016 just so you get to know and understand. And now your software no crowd breaking it down at the mount per the tabulation you see sir. NDC turned out I mean was 65.6% in terms of raw figures or they compare, then the NPP did some 10.9% in a year the voter region in 2020, but generally 77% in terms of turnout. Okay, now let's do the Ashanti region, which is also the stronghold of the New Patriotic Party. Now what transpired in the Ashanti region for a year, the year 2020. So the MPP did 72%, which is a decrease from the 2016 one.
From 76.
So from 76 performance one more a year in 2016. Now you are back to 72%. So we a serious political party, and what it means is that even in your stronghold, you know, free 2016. But 2020, within that 4 years, you know, what drop it even in terms of numbers in your region, which is your stronghold, okay? Our party, you know, ought to have known and work on it. The reason, no, and it's a na party are setting in. Na now guys yet na ha kaye edi nkomo ka say na na do aban yi ba yo mo sheda anye bibia wa santimantemu. What you say? Enkrofo twa ye nia, and it's reflected in the 2020 election. Asantefo ni se wo buy and wonye bibia ma wo mo enti 76% no mo de ma wo in 2016 no wo mo adwalai apathy no efrase ana eseti in yet party no entimi anye bibia amfa ho ama apathy no asan grow further, and this is what you are seeing now. Enti ukra 2016 76% na aban no wa party wa aban mu na wo kopre wo second term I say wo stronghold say why you adwuma pa wo mo kra na say pie larger in their numbers no mo beto aba no edema, rather you are performing retrogressively from a year or previous performance wunyaye. Okay, and NDC in 2016 in Ashanti region in 22%. They performed better in 2020 in Ashanti region, giving them 26%. So the question is that what was happening? Is it the case that NDC any almost strategies very well in Ashanti region between a space of 4 years from 2016 to 2020? What you say? Say a transitional. Meanwhile, all they compare. Okay, the NPP did not perform any better in the voter region. Now they make cannot just say. Every election year, biano from data no 2016, Osha NPP percentage omunya in voter vis-a-vis the omunya in 2020 a tiba form. But the NDC was performing better because in 2016 they did 22%, but in 2020 they have done 26.5%. So what is the reason? One stronghold, but more party executives did not sit down to do all this analysis, and they just felt that we are there, Ashanti region there, and a year party nefunuma, just as they say it every time. But the people are simply telling you, and you see, by 2020, Nana, the reason here NDC was invading Ashanti region was the fact that John Mahama coming from 2016 to 2020 could point at certain things. Na obekaya nana 2020 election oko otumfo na okita paper. Wa list eniema oba aban mu no wo ye edema Ashanti region. And arguably saadie no tonkrofo trim, so you clearly see say the numbers in Ashanti region was improving. And me, I will not be surprised if after say you did 2024 results in the NDC will do over 30% in Ashanti region. Then you ask yourself that the executives now moto abade ma womo party panyimfo a womo bedi ministerial position in Ashanti region e won Nanado aban we mu no sa opportunity na womo nyaye to serve in Nanado's government no e kwan be so no mde bo Asante man. What you say? So before you open up your mouth to make the argument, you should be able to understand how our figures, is it here. You should be able to do that. Now, over a year 2020, a total turnout, okay, which the numbers were even going up from the previous data, which is 2016. Now you are doing 81.5 total percentage in terms of voter turnout. It means that 2020, Asantefo PA in their numbers to come and vote for you. But I don't know reflects it in your percentages. Okay, it's rather Asantefo PA and it rather favored the NDC for them to move from 22% in 2016 to 26% in 2020. So what it means is that as we speak, so Osha Juma NPP ni NDC NDC is improving on yearly basis. Okay, every election year, they are improving in the Ashanti region. From the previous 3 dates, are you winning now? But we will come to the subsequent one because I need one more just certain seats in the Ashanti region are ABC that. And the numbers game. We'll look at how John Mahama performed in those constituencies. The NDC has been able to win in the Ashanti region. Previously, NDC 4 seats, yes, 3 or 4. But this time around, look at it. They are doing about 7 to 8 seats in the Ashanti region. Okay, and what it means is that ministers, they didn't help your region. So today, if you are losing in your region and the people fail to come out in Ashanti region, don't blame anybody. And you could be an blame. Stephen in team. The people who are from the region who had the opportunity say one more best serve wa buy mono, one more fasa opportunity na near Juma ma party no our region. One more to mojeje mu thinking say one more baby animal be kasa mu de mu ye fear for mu beto abano. But things are beginning to change per the data you are seeing. Okay, and see the poor performance of the New Patriotic Party, and as what you see, funny enough, Sanyama Wenyina did not inform them. And see, one take his steps. Last minute here, I am spending 2 weeks. Nana, Ewa Santi region. Last minute here, I am for gidi you see, and your Kasanti at Yamu. You must pick the figures, analyze it. Now all the same figures no back to the drawing board. Now what's nase more adaptive strategies. Okay, we are abaya we are serious. So pursue ye baby man stronghold. Also by 5 interchanges. Nana, what to the last 2 years of your government? 6 years a trebuko. I feel na wako cut sword. Ubabese project ase. I've been make cannot say 2 years. Mawa banya trebu no. I feel wako cut sword. Ube raise funding. What the best supporting the completion of those projects. Okay? Sikane beko ebeba, sikasema yebasa, yeko IMF aba, muntwen, swami interchange yebesha siyedi na ebufuo no pile it up because the people do not no longer have the patience to wait some baby papa be adi amawo. And arguably, I mean that is what you are seeing in the result. A free Ashanti region and that is what is reflecting. You ask yourself, say, regional executives, what region, Limono, Kwame Appiah Kubi, so tenacity analysis of the very things that not happening was Santimantem. And now it was just the mere rhetoric who had the EBFA, NDC phone to me influence. Now you see, Omoka Sani Ginano, ye voter registration exercise be NDC for them making sure, say, one more Tromon for one more register. And what about the New Patriotic Party? And see, this is how you are seeing it. I mean, clearly, it is like that. Now, let's come to a year Greater Accra, and then we go to a year the Eastern region. Now, Greater Accra. Now, look at the numbers. Okay, so interestingly, this is the national capital. You won Greater Accra in 2016, but in 2020, the NDC won Greater Accra. What transpired? A DNC, as at that time, now voter population no assign increasing. Now they are doing 3,529,182. Okay, this figure this time round in 2024, Greater Accra has still improved their voter population with over 200,000 more votes. One more media account, and I told you, sir. Because of vote, no air cost through Debia, now Nkrofo migrating from other regions to Greater Accra. So what your party now I'm wiping and Kosua Hansua. I mean, virtually Ubelusu this particular region. Okay, so now from 3,529,000 to 182. Now they are doing a little over 3,700,000 and over for Greater Accra. So total turnout in 2020 was 72%. Now, the NPP did 48%, a total flop from successor Munyaye in 2016. So, in Greater Accra, so a DNC, okay, Manye development biawaha, and a DNC. National Cathedral, Manana Amuko Tutuwa, before Kramoko Kati Sword, mo ye a lot of events. Ye mo ye promotion, mo the donation numbers to ho, okay? Ekazo Nkrofo donating yensia so dai emanyankopon. Okay? Mububu. I mean a lot of projects. People were watching. The NDC was using that as a campaign tool to say baby a more cited project in the Krano, it is wrong in the first place. But Monty, and this is elite regional. I mean, they analyze issues before they cast their ballot. And see, I mean, presumably, OSHA valid vote cast for 2020 out of the 3 million, the total valid vote cast was 2,568,225. NDC did 1 million. In the previous election, they were around 900,000. Now don't quite cross the 1 million. Not from 900,000, no, okay, what Timia beat you up. Ababenya 1.3 million. So 1,305,850. Now the figures now would in 2016 no improvement be answered that. So the question is that from 2016 we win abano. Eba basi 4 years or first 4 years I would tell you 1 year be to please the Greater Accra region. Nkofo e waha na. Okay? Dedeni na no so ahane sha free. Now these are how the figures are playing out. Now, one who data no said the analysis of it ni nyina no esit here. Na bremu na mintiebo ansa da mako the central and then the Bono and then the half for
me fatwa
we are no but what church was but you join the line
how to pick something from
Facebook. So this is how our dynamics in here. Okay, as we speak, there are 34 constituencies in the Greater Accra region. Ask yourself today, say, Emuahe and NPPA, etimi eweni. Enti what the who say 2016 who perform better in the region. 2020 who vote no so decline. Any serious political party and everyone should be asking themselves to say, at the end, you better be my vote to no improving. Okay, but this time round, what sounds so declining poorly. So what it means is that party nimpening for no appointees, data will crowd 115 prior to this election. 115. That is what it means. Because the 1 year Juma in 2016, a winning region with over 1.2 million votes. John Mahama was around 900,000 votes. Now, what Timmy Abe reducing marginal would be in 2016, Abe Mao another 100,000 votes difference in this same region. And so the question I'm asking is that between 2016 and 2020, party no near buying the 1 year Juma be our hana. But if you were really paying attention to some of these figures, you could have implemented certain things, at least a baby one crop kakra. A bit is said, fool. Okay? People will tell you so, Nana, they buy a biane boyede. Emma Akotoko Nkrasi, the former Greek minister. Oko Nkrasi ko to talk by re, Edibegu ministry ha. E baby a market wa ha no water. So they didn't free for never. Greater Accra. Everybody cannot just say. So the Greater Accra residents were telling you, say, cost of living in this particular region are very expensive. And what was the Abine's deliberate policy to be able to curb some of those things? There was no solution. You just left it. We thought, say, the fanciful ones now, they be a the only thing that Greek minister did was that, encrophobic na ashe the before now one more pen for so do one and ashe that into ya planting for food and jobs into my young congrasi. Okay, mi yenko techiman, yenko soa bayere engu tracks mu. Nana, mi famra mesi ministry of agric. Na yemi a mini mat ewo ho. Ope bayere ni body abraho beto. Was that really the solution you could have preferred for that particular challenge? Okay, so I mean clearly, party the mistakes, abiding mistakes. And your doctor ba womiao, abiding na ankasa mistakes. Na do danko ekufuado, ni appointees, ni ministers, ni mistakes. And the more bedru baby, and the more bedru. Because the more share, and along the line, abiding no ye the all no, na party for no, figures, no ni data no. Now one more choice. Okay, yen trickle way kakra, yen fa police we meshibwa. Na when yen sisa kakra, na trends and sisa kakra. Arguably, so one perform better cry no, it wouldn't be so abysmal as we are seeing this morning. Not 34 seats in this entire region, you are just getting about 4 seats to 5 seats. Or strongholds are a war region where we are NDC are. Then the question is that a Juma Ben now, yeah, 1 year Juma be obviously, and that is a year the Greater Accra region for you. And this is 2020. Now the NDC has performed better, even better in 2024. So we're still waiting for the Electoral Commission say one more ebe declare 2024 election result. Not yet but we can say because we seat NDC AG in the Greater Accra region, it tells you clearly. And I told you on the eve of election, okay, me catcher will say, share constituencies no. Wow, we be winning more constituencies. This time, no, and yes, skirt and blouse. So, your two parliamentary candidates now a better transition into the presidential result, and that is what you are seeing in the Greater Accra. So the fear is that 50% are even in 2020, no, more. But opposition party, it's me we need the national capital in the previous election. Okay, one more nearby mo or implementing policies. And today, the best in tier. A bit na improve the performance in the subsequent election. You see, you can't simply be more. Most of your pekasa, ye the what color dada. But I don't know your case. No crowd your beka the actual. Okay, yet you grow man have a bomb catcher will say and sasia moji free and cry a him for ninsem. Okay, a buy mu penny way by no de nepe. Now one form sassy one cry a buffon ye catch them say moko cantonment moko chado na nansa say stories ahe ya anye wo studio hazi. You are taking lands a government lands aban say mo gidi free na nanom nsem ebufuo no they are talking to their people to vote against you. Oko chado ansase na mo gigi cantonment ansase na mo gigi there ye sign ordinances edin fa ansase na sa emra ye hye fa ho nyina I spy by now nkese se mutua royalties edin ma nananom a muntua ministers na fa ho e fa ansase a mo fom ansase ni nyina no the people of the Greater Accra region will punish you. And indeed, and even with the individual citizens, okay, obi koto na sase yesi we ya bebu dan egu wa be fa sase no we ya koye say langas sem. These are basic things. This is what has transpired. Apart from economic difficulties, and the party do ababedru baby a edri. Now let's do the central region for 2020. Now afi member that African Ziga. So now the central region. So NDC lost that particular region in 2016, and then in 2020 they still lost in central region. So again, there's Cynthia. Okay, NDC asanso a flippy the central region. Now I'll give you the numbers from the central region. So we have 23 constituencies in the central region. Out of the 23 constituencies, NPP had a comfortable majority. Now NDC is doing 18 seats in the central region. What it means is that NPP will only get 7, okay, or 6 constituencies. Yes. No, even 5. Yes, 5 constituencies because 23, 18 out of 23. So they will only do 5 constituencies in the central region. Okay, you see, Nana, central region became a standpoint, and the last time you mentioned it, the NDC SSR Haruna Idrusu Ekofa Atoforsen, okay, Atoforsen became the minority leader. Majority leader as party in power is Afenyo Maakye, also from the same region. Okay? Nana Opoku-Agyeman from the central region. Kennedy Japan from the central region. I mean, a one-time presidential aspirant, Anfa man. But what has really happened in the central region? You promised the central region for the Mubesi port. Port was a harbor, Ewoho, Edia Mawomo, and Kosiaga. Nanado's on the promise here, but Umia's on the promise central region is gone for the new patriotic party. Central region. Now, if you look at the figures, now 2020, you did 52.3% as a party in power. NDC did only 45% in central region. So the NDC lost central region in 2020 and then in 2016. Those major elections, Nina. This time round, attending in the central region. And per map na me de chair, when I'll come back to that. Osha map na me de chair now. As at this morning, even before Electoral Commission ever declare result, the NDC has already won the central region. So that is what it is. A total turnout of a year 74%. As at the time where total registered voters stood at a year 1,567,963. The NPP doing 609,281 as against the NDC 533,623. Okay, and see, this is how the central region equally looks like. Now you have 1 million in central region. You have a little over 3.5 million also in the Greater Accra region. So 3.5 plus 1.5. Okay, you are almost doing over 5 million voter population just for the 2 regions. And you tell me, sir, one pay much attention to both the central and the Greater Accra region. Whilst knowing, sir, what these are 2 regions, the Boma, or voter population in Accra, a little over 5 million. So what were the strategies going into the election? Stay with us. Results, but we just wanted to do a forecast of this. Now, what me are rationalizing here, they were figures data no enie. I mean, this is not our data. This is a data from the Electoral Commission's own, results I won't declare in the past. And if you go online and check all these things, ubetimi ehu ana yetimi aye tabulations in no at the amount. Just so you get to understand, baby are you free, any baby are ya babedro. And what it means is that o wa baimu, o ye party wa baimu, TSM trophy e kanokre e wo Kessben. That is it. Because if you get people womu ye gatekeepers wombehwe ni makanokre natural. Na everybody womu mama ye sycophantic spelling. I said the o kan de bia no. Boss mam kakra nko didi nti womu ntimi kanokre ne mfa nkyere wa. All the time no you be able say wo ko wanim no obi wo wachi a wo check him out say and that's a boy say me saba me chi be corrected niema. And then now you've gotten to where you are. We will not blame you so much, but I just want the Ghanaian people and people for now are disappointed and no pay no figures in ye. Mum paying for nim, they have it. Womo anya hohe. A binding nim, womo anya hohe. Appointees are munya womo in central region. Womo said anya the pepe bia. Ask me and tell me in the last 8 years, developmental project in power NPP media core the central region are massive. Compared to the NDC's 8 years, Cape Coast Stadium, Kotokraba Market, and a lot more of because a project you can feel and touch. Okay, and see, Obesi region nimwa. Obet me actually was a me buy, and these are the tangible projects. Me ye at the mao. Didn't actually was say, peme, wasakeme, ama meko. But your buy, no show no so dear why the amount. And these are the game, how we play the politics. And see, if you are able to understand some of these dynamics, then clearly, ubetimiya hu baby problems, then the challenges, ever. And yes, simple the fact to say NPP and said that you homework ye. Wamu wa baimu, yanko jibini, yenye se, yenje contract. And no was far more important to them. Tanya me wangwa, ene yo mulusu ye. General Secretary, babe addressing media no kra executives are getting in Edwani every no. As if so no kwane call kono, as if so no kwane call kono. As if so no kwane call you. Okay? As if so no kwana party delegate eto abade man is womra medi party denim. As if so no kwana. Okay? You don't do that. Next time when the opportunity is given, some of these things will critically will have to be looked at so that ebetimiabua muankasamu progress as a political party. 33 minutes after 9, this is Election Avenue on ssbenMaakye. We did a Kwame Appiah Kubi, Mr. Speaker. Now, my member was we've done a yeoman's job. Now far, we will not keep our mouth shut unless we and I was getting microphone. And I said, yeah, the dada no, sir, you better know, Bibia no best, and you can trust us. You want your becca. O correct here, a bebo, one correct here. Results are who no pay a bebo crow boom dashi. Nana, Maminchio, why, Mamma, Mumblin is so, Mamma, why? Mumblin is so, Mamma, Namumblin is juice. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Yes, Kwame. Me bo other regions me fa just two pena my boss so kakra bi then I move on. Adwuma de wa yini na. Kwa be se okọ baby ti say voter region. Voter region, I think that the strategy fifi kwete and the tribal politics no worked. Kwame, it worked. Yes, that it worked because all the figures new to Ghana. Yeah, I was particular about the turnout. Okay, because we made to understand, say, because they did not come out to vote in the 2016, which election. They did 59%. Yeah, 59. As compared to 2020 in 77.3. Yes, exactly. You understand? Exactly. And 36 and about I don't know about the toy. But listen to me. If you watch the figures carefully, you realize that the 2016 59% turnout in the voter region. NDC dropped 4%. Okay. Yes, they dropped
3.something%. Sorry, 3.something%. And 2020, the 2020 turnout was 77.36%.
Yes, and now they are
yes. Yet NDC dropped. You understand?
Yeah.
They did not appreciate in terms of percentage. As for the numbers, they appreciated their numbers because at that time, no, near registration, 80 NPP moved from 70 something thousand to 100 and something thousand. You understand?
101,000.
101,084. And NDC
for 2020.
Yes, and NDC
606,000.
Yes, you get me. But also percentage wise now, the last two elections are in now from 2016 and 2020 as compared to 2012 done what no NDC are dropping 6%.
Okay, in terms of percentages. Okay.
You understand? Despite that, the turnout of 2020 they dropped.
Okay.
It means that Akufo-Addo did something in voter region.
Okay, Nana Meba, so 2020, in terms of raw nominal figures, you are looking at 606,424.
Yes.
Okay, check it two figures for both NPP and NDC, no, Ebami. Now, you share 2016, no. Okay, now yentimi striking the percentage.
Okay,
between the two results.
So watch the 2016.
Okay, so this is the 2016 exactly.
Okay,
exactly. So 493,000. Okay, a movie cost 606,000. Medium so what? Then 60,802. A movie cost 110,000.
Exactly.
Okay. So you can look at the differences.
Check the percentages. They check the percentages. Good. So it means that and the 2022 they dropped. When you take development, Kwame, at a point, also from 2016 to 2020, Akufo-Addo did show me say these are political party but you are not getting anything from there. So a lot of development Akufo-Addo call voter region. Emma translated to votes in 2020. So NDC dropped again in 2020. Kwame, from 2020 to 2024, I can tell you that the voter region and your almost fair share of development. I'm telling you, Kwame, when it comes to roads, because sir, 12,000 kilometers of roads in Kwame, a chunk of them are voter region, which the voter regional a House of Chiefs. Some of the chiefs need be about testify say there's a massive road infrastructure development in the voter region. Aside that, when you go to the communities, you will see the astroturfs.
Exactly.
You understand? Stadiums. Hohoy East, Obusi, the B-Dime, and you are the offshoot, just named it. Adome Bridge, reconstruction, how it is, on and on and on. But yet, Sekaname expect to say NPP Belusu voter regional. It shouldn't be massive like this. What we saw this year. So I can tell you emphatically clear that the flood issue, the statement Akufo-Addo making on.
Yeah.
NDC took advantage of it to do the tribal politics, and it worked.
And this time around, in the voter region, it's 18 seats over 18 seats.
18 seats over 18 seats. I'm not even particular about the 18 seats.
The presidential.
Yeah, the presidential. Because the 2016, NPP did not win any seat there. You understand? Yes, but they appreciated their number. So I'm not into the seats.
Okay.
The votes.
The presidential
result, you know. And the two people did the trick. The Fifikwete and Okudeta Ablakwa. Ablakwa used the flood in now
to whip the sentiment.
Village, yes, the sentiment. Pay some be flood, voters idea, all let's Kwame.
And who did the part? Yeah. Compensation, baby, was a compensation.
That's it. And you see the flooding, the communities are affected. It wasn't only one constituency.
Exactly.
You get me? So obi obeka cho say yeah politics. Kwame, you perceive finding out what actually happened. Na obo tribe dia or semenka tribe. You are being stubborn. I don't get it. It is part of politics.
A play out.
A play role.
Ground what there.
It is I know they play role. No, I play role. What do I say? Kwame, what do I say? You want to figure out what happened Ama Akufo-Addo to me, and I say NPP to me appreciate it. Wasa from 2016-2020 they have done well. Now this time around it is being blocked. So that is that. Yes. Yes.
We mo buy no mo ameboa ye.
Yeah.
Omo abie nsuo mensuo afọ.
Yeah.
Mo niam nyina asai mo ni ba bi kura mote. Sika se omo de mamo na motimi nya ba bi tina no so a wo amfa. I mean these things will play out.
Yes.
Locally, who come from where home.
I'm telling you, Kwame. Now let me tell you something. Did you see Fifi Kwete in the last 2 elections, 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
Debbie.
Fifi Kwete was in the voter region, doing house to house. And the statement that he made the other time, I know Kabibi say, this is the political party who would do Kwame. And they went there to justify the reason why as a sort of to Abadima National Democratic Congress. It worked. Now you come to Greater Accra. We say, Kwame, as for the Greater Accra there, we still have to find out what is happening in the Greater Accra. Yes, I was just doing calculations here that NDC took 1996, 1992, 1996, 2008 and 2012. And they say Omafa 2024. Kwame. NPP afa 2000, 2004 and 2016. And Omafa yes 2016. So 9 elections are here now. NPP afamu 3 per and NDC afa 5. But the reason why I'm a NDC afa 5 no Kwame. So I say change of government year beyond. The party no the region you understand? And no nama who say NDC to me akwa that because there are some a year 92 96 now bana
and the
so Kwame the how NDC for your fair say this region will be to me and cross that change of government here no Kwame we need to find out. And other time I told you say all the business mugus, movers and shakers in this country, obia or your business bia or this country, our Accra.
Oh, so, yeah, that is a fact.
Yes, and they have business.
Headquarters is in our.
Yes, they have the offshoot in Accra. So or establishing Kumasi Kwana, Kumasi the headquarters. He has the offshoot in Accra. So the moment a normal status say Kwame a call from pe and you see. One thing we should not forget is say, Sadia ya ka ho asemi dollar issue ya ka ho asemi. Kwame, ababi obebebian ni 8 years. Your last 8 years no Kwame. The dollar no it will deceive you, will disappoint you. Your last 8 years, the dollar no will disappoint you. What mean chini nyina ho keteke da Kwame? Where you took it from? It is a move an inch. It affect businesses. And Kwame, you have a problem. I think say that in the cow because already be medical say.
Oh,
development. Yeah, development. President Kofobe and the Greater Accra. Development. John Mahama, President Mahama Benu, Greater Accra. Development. Kufuor Twapeti at Greater Accra. Eden Olusu Greater Accra. It's about business. Et no kotadiano today me fani 3 cities oba o de bia ba beto so aba be shem aba bi kura wa chepo aba ne profit na chepo but o he ho
emfa ne ho
was $1 no tie ne o kotade no e bi o ko was $1 $20,000 and o come o de akọ outside oba no eno ma akosesa dollar ne koso ena minya $30,000 and I'm a diaco. Me buy and say not $20,000. Me toa me nya $7,000 profit and I say be $10,000 profit. $20,000 no me buy na say me nya $30,000 me boa na me kokoshim but a big kura nei what the $20,000 coin no e bi o say nya profit of $20,000 but because of say dollar na sesa no kwa me obechange you
on the point I will make is here no I foresee say idea anko ye for the NPP effective communication. Okay. Yes. Reason no because for instance say utie Dr. Joseph for me Guta president. Oh and can nanka to say the old boy ye mi kra $10,000 nanka mesesa e mami ebia 1 million Ghana cedis. 1 million Ghana cedis they be etimi fa ebia 3 containers 40 feet are 3. What you say? And name me kita the same $10,000 na ebia e mami 800,000 Ghana cedis. Enti Wamunya breaking and NDC did well with that because every time be no breaking. Wamunya breaking it down no me 20 pana dream say the same sika na ode call na no e mane for container biensa. What you say? Okita the same sika do na ene aboa no mane for container bienu. That means we free container baako. And what it means is that exchange rate ni den enye. Yeah. Now say nipa ne make those statements the responses are be free the government machinery abano becomes a challenge. You are unable to defend it and then egusua tonkrofo adwemu sa
Kwame what you dia CBB so a fantastic you know why no. Let me tell you something. Communication was very poor. But you see so blame NPP communication now.
No, not blaming communication.
No, we have to Kwame, we have to ubetimi a blame but sometimes I me feel say omo di dano so technicalities need too much and they are not interested.
Exactly.
Because you Kwame your economy is about purchasing power.
Osike crowd in the image
and your purchasing power Kwame bibia no hobim. It is $1 to be called from 4 cedis. Tell you dollar from 4 cedis about 16 cedis 7 pesos 16 cedis or the 16 cedis they make what yeah dollar near 4 cedis no. Satam now you try doctor for 3,000. They make what I say.
Yeah.
Okay. And a dollar new was 16 cedis. You try doctor 105 million. Which is 10,005. So
and the of salary no.
Yes, sir. Putting in a gumwa only say the doctor is benefiting. You get me?
I understand your point.
Cocoa 4 year Mrs.
Yeah.
I watched Nana Komia was doing a tabulation and when I me borrowed their casa as we say. So bia or to or yedu cocoa na cocoa your dear business wakra. 2016 2015 cocoa price no anaya dema na eto bags of cement 13 bags of cement.
Yeah.
Na entimin to a packet of roofing sheets. Roofing sheet and etimi to figure kakra. But today cocoa ina one bag no. Otonwa etimi to 33 cement bags. So it is a purchasing power. It is not where the economic indicators are going. So what the economic indicators ne ko now one communicates sadi we say effectively Kwame obi ante wase.
Exactly.
Because we know twice here. Teacher ni anu waje 700 cedis 2,000 cedis sa 2016 2005 when the dollar was 4 cedis. Today dollar is 16 cedis. Sa teacher ni no waje 40,000 4,000 a bit 5,000 which is 50 million. So he has the purchasing power and a teacher ni no for dollar and a didija. So they are benefiting. A job for ma omo ashada orchestrate say yem fa de no fani say. Wokofa de no ebia me kofa de o Kwame Appiah Kubi o. Me kofa paper we say me ton papers. Book we me kofa no 5 cedis. Me bara me beton wa me de 7 cedis. Okay na me call you no yesi atoto no mem dollar ninti no ya de age 7 cedis. Etimi me kofa no 7 cedis no edwonfo ni ma na o ye dede no wan fa ni 7 cedis na what they are quite be a 9 cities and when you're the prophet difference to the back.
So I don't know so that can me to argument and I see here. So on that argument, you know, and I may be say so. Okay, Ghana Statistical Service, one more month to month food inflation.
Yeah, inflation.
Okay, good. And to say Milo, the basic commodities.
Yeah.
Toiletries.
Yeah.
What you say? Yeah. Rice, oil. And then okoye watono ebia 25 cities. And then I remember some time ago. Now we use a very good example. Statue spray.
Yes, statue spray.
Yeah. What you say?
Is it 50 cities?
And then what 50 cities?
Yeah.
The month rate of inflation. And then what 50 cities? And the better abekono. And a week time abekono you see 55.
55.
Okay?
Yeah.
And see, even though within that space of 1 week, ukita or purchasing power no, but okoye no a falling short. It may not be from the government, but because of the exchange rate.
Exchange rate.
Obi also hokrana on cover between the stocks. And yema okoto from the last time to the current time now wo kwakoto niema. On cover niema fufuro bi amegu shop di mo. But for the mere fact to say what is dollar cost me so me kofa niema enti no watum. What you say? So the same old stock. And wakwakoto was shop nim. But because the allegations nene ade na ekona yentimi nchiremu ye man ntoni panic.
Poor communication.
What you say?
Obeba
no na affect you. Yeah, so that is it. So the consistency and the rate of inflation on the basic food commodities, beverages, any sani maniema no be kotoni beer, obi kotoni way. I mean, when him say those kind of things be essential commodities are obi when GMO or nom or arehomo or what you say.
Say and then my inflation exactly because we had the food basket no they are consuming much because today say me kasa me koto plasma TV Kwame. Na say plasma TV no na 1,005. Me call the plasma TV called 1,008. How many people do talk plasma TV
on daily basis?
On daily basis, you understand? And me cost say, and me shaking the food basket, no. But over the food basket, no, they are consuming much, especially alcohol. Who got to alcohol more? I mean, you have a problem. Alcohol start to say cost. You get me? As my okay, Kwame, fantastic. For say, I still have the purchasing power. I buy no minimum wage. Or the amameno. Mitimi told me pebia, but me koya do ya tutum de mi do mitimi told ye. By ya tutum psychologically. Me sick me told me to home by me. But me say ya tutum no. Yes, let me jump to Ashanti region. But before that, come inside the mekacho say, ye ka strongholder. Strongholds are somewhere who analyze here. Still no conscience in country was say we bet me flip it.
Okay.
Everything I make catch say we should be very careful
the Western region.
Calling Western region and Bono region as a stronghold of NPP. They are just doing well there consecutively. You understand? Consecutively. Because NDC has won vote Western before. They have won Bruno before. And even the two Bruno no Kabomwa, the side in the Kwa Ahafono, the two Obama NPP, and the other side in the Afro North, which is the Bruno East and the Toma NDC. What come majority in Naboma, Bruno Afuni in Naboma? You realize that NPP and Winnie be NDC and Winnie be. But you take the Bruno side, which NPP are dominating. Uchichemua. But NPP and NDC we need that. You don't term it as a stronghold because NPP winning voter region that irrespective of the BCBR since 92 we need that. They have never won Upper East and West.
Kessben.
They have never won Northern region, Savannah. They have never won Uti. They have never won Western North. They have never won say name them. You understand? So this regions, I can tell you that it is a stronghold of NDC. And then the North East Africa. It is a virgin and just a 2 election old region. But NPP are taking it in now. A year may say, a whole NDC, NPP stronghold for now. You get me? You take Ashanti region.
The trends.
Yes, you take Ashanti region. The NDC vote in Ashanti region, a doesn't voter region. Exactly. But there's no way that you can classify and Ashanti region as the NDC stronghold because they have never won there. Eastern region, they have won Eastern region before. 92 and 96. But the reason why you say a honor near Eastern region, who say what the tribe in and how NDC are faring there, and you be a term say the stronghold of NPP, and no crying some way, but Central region, Western region, Ahafo region, Bono region, swing regions. It me done. Though when you say, oh, NPP are winning bonus, but oh, yeah, analysis
in a row.
Yes, oh, yeah, analysis now conscious catcher say, Bibi bet me see because of this and this and this, a bet me a flip it. But me met me a analysis, and we say, NDC better well. Ashanti region, but they cannot win Ashanti region because it's not just stronghold. And today, I make say NPP for the only stronghold that they have is Ashanti region, the whole Ghana, because the Eastern region, NDC are winning that. And I heard numbers now how NDC keep appreciating in the Eastern region. And then one say one day, one election, it can turn to be like a bono. Because MDC we need that.
It was also for upper mania, lower mania, and all those enclave now. MDC winning all those areas.
Yes.
As I say, crowd almost at here, Bobby Simo, Fantia Kwaside.
Good.
I feel we call a year the upper West Achim.
Yeah.
And then the enclaves now. They are winning. They are beginning to win.
Lose promising.
Yes.
A loose promise and say a bit me
yeah.
They make what I say.
Yeah.
Then you take Ashanti region. What the example?
Now, so funny enough, the okay, yeah, no. Per the record say wahano, Eastern region were 33 constituencies. Now NDC has been able to capture 10 constituencies out of the 33.
Just imagine. So you see, ufa Ashanti region there now. Ashanti region there. That 4 constituencies now. They are NDC a winner no. And then nobody be abeka. This is account here temporary.
Yeah.
You see that because
it is
not a circle back. You understand? They are so MPP bet me recover. Almost stronghold. Ashanti region. Almost two. No now come to me. My main case as we see. Now Kabibi say 2020 elections. NPP, NDC appreciate.
Yes.
NPP dropping.
Yes, in terms of percentage.
It's a fact. NDC appreciated by 2%.
It will be from 22% to 26%.
And NPP also drop by 4%. And you stated say, oh, Mahama ebedino 2 for no. And no more kekaya. And yes, it's a fact. But me share Ashanti region the way it is. And yet entirely fact. I'm not saying it's a fact.
No. I was making reference.
A fact.
I'm coming. I was making reference to the previous issues I discussing. Okay, so I mean, in the first 6 years of the government,
yeah,
I mean, development.
And then I make us say, Ojiro 2 for no or chronicle the projects in Ashanti region. Kwame.
Kessben.
Ebemano a certain age.
Okay.
But and yes significant because I know the adequate abekasa. She 2016 equal 2020. Yeko 2020 abano. People took me on ewo ye fene say Ashanti region. Enko for say meme ye NDC ni I'm the only person in NDC. I'm what Kessben set up. Cause that time no na for a branded Kessben as the NDC NPP station. And the thing say me NDC ni Kwame. Me ka same way say Nana do Danko Akufo-Addo.
Yeah.
Ye ko 2020 elections no. E dey Nana obetimi de ne start see the book akase. Me buy Ashanti region. Me buy Ghana no. Sorry, be president. Sa 1 million vote na work no. Ashanti region vote na. We sa 1 million no kwa to nchen Kwame. The dasonitimi etimi drone NDC vote no.
Yeah.
Eya die na betimi akase okay Ashanti region vote and a man be president. Enunti no maye we say dia mom. eti fanesi e koto aba no 2020 na Akufo-Addo lusu ya aka no woni bibia wa Ashanti region betimi de sense so ade aka
exactly the point.
Yes, ye ka asem no Kwame enkofo te ase ehun se eye no kre.
Yeah, and the agitation
yes.
no start.
So ho and ye nto aba na start ye nto aba na start eneyo e start 2020 ye nto aba and o ma hwe ho asem wanka sana aba bi
sisa na do san ko abri is no ko say no kra.
Yes, na tie me Kwame ufa Kumase na nkran obi a o Ghana ha bia nim se efitete since Ashanti independence in 1935 Ghana independence in 1957 the rivalry between Kumasi and Accra has been with us.
Kessben.
Okay.
Obi anim you cannot take any other regional capital now they never compare Accra. Kwame,
yeah,
the rivalry between
compare Kumasi
and the Kumasi people throw Accra people and Accra people throw Kumasi people. Yeah. That is one. So when we take the population wiser, in our population just a little. Even Ashanti region lead the population in this country for 50 years. And so that the Greater Accra ever overtaken the most recent Ghana Statistical Service housing and population census. So and a court translated into the registration. So Kwame, lucky for you as a political party, you have Ashanti region as your stronghold.
Yeah.
Imagine say Ashanti region kwaya swing region and can add this NPP be with power. Opa your calculation. I'm telling you. Kwame.
Yeah.
Say Ashanti region and your swing region. There's no way NPP bet me win election in this country. But Ashanti region, lucky for you.
Strong
political party, region what are your regional capital when it comes to population wise? Lucky for you, ababa your stronghold. Adena, babemwa, then you deprive such a region of development. Imagine, Kwame. That is the problem. And then banya course say nani enra say enkofo nuomo ho afede enkofo yedi enkofo ko edomu a akra ba bi ayedi Kwame akra yedi omo yedi na Kwame 6 million people no a as 8 million people omo akoto aba no I can tell you say omo tu kwan wo ho they said the statistics are na me di to bia no
yeah
omo tu kwan wo ho omo free mu wo ho but the majority of them were NPP people. Yes, majority of them are NP people. People. Because you what do you mean by a regional? Oma ye president.
Yeah.
A regional oma win power. Now on question bo.
Say no na make no say what 8 years. 8 years no na what you 6 years. O last 2 years na akano. Afei na bose bi asese ye no. Wodi humrika tente ye de enfa Kwame tienie oko promise 5 interchanges exactly
e wa Ashanti region 5 interchanges now promise ye no wonya no 5 interchanges no Ashanti region because of power sake say omo na ba wi abamu etibi be beautify Ashanti region Kwame ni sao they need it. Because the traffic count from Aroga Junction, sorry, Mr. Isibuati anymore. Wow, Papa.
Yeah.
Dr. Isibuati anymore. Ekokosi etuso. Kwame eye hectic. Edua no pa kofu ye late. Kofu nam kwa ho. Look at the traffic. So the Aroga interchange na Kwame edaho from President Kofu time on the Alliance Française for a contract no. Kwame agreement no. Edaho no. No one be yes ye di be sese Kumasi but they need it. It is sad any she free Jim. Now be promises say obabaye. Wo promise jai eyi obi ade na wanye Amraga interchange ye hunu say wo ye nungu ade Kwame obi free Kumasi ba no be hunu nungu ade no na ye trole na edi tiram di card show say there's a rivalry. Uko social media fitete omo na omo trolo omo and na social media buy omo dey ba enti se oba no oba be hu nungwa interchange koso what promise araga wonya ya kwa mo beto abetia so oba no so be hu say swami interchange what promise me was santas run about wonya nye ba me ba e flower pot de no ho oh yeah kwa me who see covid sikanu ho but wonya bi ye baby dia anya me had no so problem baba.
All right, hold on for me. Now, Memfa Ato Kwame Namra. Ato, Maakye.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Now, as you say,
how do you know? No, you're pronounced way.
And I don't mention me here. I don't pay for the original war, Kumase.
How do you know? I'm not going to say Sergeant I war in Shiaso about to be Shiaso.
Boy,
I want to be a no Catholic.
Boy, and come on.
You already know me that say, so you see, I'm not going to say that open baby. I want a dead in practice a museum. I'm a sentiment in one so account. Then you say, the name say, and become a Kono, almost strong good pa, a sentiment in Miano. Nanka, almost get trouble anyway, Nanka be a man you couldn't do with man. In case jubilation, I would a course of a sentiment in Mia. Now, so Uncle Bassa, the trouble anyway, and this Amano Kono, Edin Quinimono. Almost in the back of Crabby, not a watching qua, not just say. Omo ji omani eno fiti aye sabiti se kutwi edi bani nyano enwumre no na kwamo nyina aye ma amanfo eji omani pa na titru ma so de bia so abato besia so na enimpa so eji omani pa na ordina wa bla amanfo eji omani nya kwan eno mo ji nkomo ba ku yenu bi so mo se edi enti na omo eji omani sa na de obi abeka nyina ne se aye asotwe a omo de ma aye MPP amanyoko no asotwe na ebi ni de yan de omo kanya ne se omo hwe impuntudwuma asante mantemu ya na ikasenka omo de ma asante mantemu ha omo reject asante region na omo de omo ni de kire empeso bi so ayantu aba emfa mo omo na so no mutumi ye over here interchange ahodo ho ani impuntudwuma ho a asante mantemu ya de omo anya se impuntudwuma ni bi wa ha de na je se ehun nya se omo a wodi MPP amanyoko na ekọ power no omo tumi aso omo so nti eno tina motu aba na editi omo na ebi so a ye ne omo di nkomo omo kan na se Mr. Speaker obahwa se e ba se ye beyi na sebedefo e on pese bi aso a omo se me sebedwe no akoto TV no akoto fridge no akoto enema hodo a odi che delegate for no owi eno asan mo musika e di aka ho na timamfo no HSS delegate e be kwa gisika na watu aba e di agi ni baba ko se nimpa no se san ko to ba se December na wasan ko di la so ko to aba da masa nimpa na dia enya dia abato no eno so 25 factor no so ya dia enso nam so enso aka ho e bitama nyeko no etumi eluso because of say baby o wa me ko du ya na nimpa no yes here man 100 Ghana cedis ama na ko to aba no wo se 100 cedis no eso enya dia obeje ya me 200 Ghana cedis wo se wonye 20 cedis eso if you say delegate eji 5,000 eji 10,000
omo dia no ana
yes baby I'm just speaking with menimo sika e dey mani but nipani tifie na e cause of to aba wo say delegate akwaje 10,000 aje fridge aje aye TV ade aka wo dia ono so jiska ansa na akwa to aba no ya man 100 cedis for there be 200 there be 300 Ghana cedis ansa na nipa na jiska no mo akwa na treke mu aba beto aba no the speaker ala wesemo ansa nipa no wo se won ya man iska na onye enti bi the speaker sa de we nyina ya nema edu ba bi ne chete nipa no iska na amanyoko ni bi etuatua dem ma nipa bi se mo beto aba no increase because of say delegate for kwa jiska gasie se delegate kwa jiska dia ono so jiska ansa na obeto aba no dia masa ne ma shabedwenu no ene eye amanyoko no omo jiska ansa na obeto enti eno so ya dia eko etia omo ena de na bi so e kan se eye mputudwuma fademantem ya no omo dani omani e de kire he ena eno so nam so a omo so to abade etia eye MPP amanyoko no ene ba akoso ene se speaker obehwe a MPP campaign bia no omo baasi enimpa e de free emiamia bi no mo be hia mpenifo no mo mpenifo na se ba me na ba no makasa no matan edo mu nyina akọ e ba so be hia so a no ma baasi nimpa free emiamia bi no be hia won hia so na one o makasa na omo sangofo no esan akọ na so wo hwe eye NDC amanyoko no campaign on be asantemantem ya na ba kokura ni wa mo ye ne kuromu onimyamfo dwanse ase ne nkati aba santimante mia no okoba bi te edujama ohwe wa on south east ohwe o mo lusu eye this is the first time eye MPP Manyoko no atumi elusu o mo seat wo e de ama NDC fo onimyamfo e ba ye no wa ankoro jama township mu okoni nkurasi ni nyina no mu nyina akodi nkomo edja o mo ni swade hu wa abro mo bayi enema o metumi aye de aboa eye nkurasefo no on ko de mo ni swade hu ade kire mo na so wa ben na poko no ni abasi ni mpa firi bi abechi o mo wo ekoni fitri na paka sa kire mo enti o mo kampion be ye no mo de konkurasi nkurade ka o mo ni swade hu no ade kire eye ade hye mo nkurasi e mo hu se se ye pempuntu juma dia eye NDC Amanyoko no na ye mputu juma na nye MPP Amanyoko no efise o hwe santimante mama de no machi dia ma eye NDC MPP Amanyoko no NDC Amanyoko no so e ba se mputu juma NDC na ye minya anapai ye ne adehye wa ase ni bi eni hwenkomo ne embuso omo so omadwene ne sei eni pa ehia me ensem omo ka kire me nie ye no mo so ni komo ne embuso omo sei omo so die ntine nam so a omo go to ba ne because eye nim gu ase pa hwe imagine eye NDC Amanyoko no etumi nya na santimante mu apa de am tesiga anu wade pa ntie no mu ni komo ne embuso omo akoba ne sei na batuo no omo so ankoto omo mo hia me ensem omo kan no ebi ne benya mo kwa ba edoba Kessben efidio so Josiminia ya share santimante mi akuna mukura bi Amanyoko no abato no efiti ana perinya no enya de mukoto aba no wo hwa de ente na muso amoso mangoto aba mesme da city ni ya tana na odu sapon me wasta jansi Kessben na o chama ho me de mu say ade bebe na si kwan ya ni pango bi angoto aba be de complain ke say Asante region no MPP no yenye kuraye so omo ba power ase na omo yi omo nye fie so na omo ye fuduma o ba bi a won to abanye de enfa ma MPP Manyoko no nta bi ama di ho ya o se ya na ye kura party no ma party ba power na so ase fuduma de aboye na he bibia na enkan iba na enkan so nkan fo so to ba ma MPP ayan kan na makwa na nwamam also why then ya o NDC e je ba sa no na Asante fo ye di ya o say kura party ko ma ni Asante region na efuduma bia o family ne bia no mo ye bibi wa yi ko so sha agiti for so mbesi ke Dubai so no mo de campaign di tia at Asante region agiti for na me bibi ama mo ke Dubai o mo de campaign ya de na so ye ka say ai MPP for ya ma Asante region big campaign ye nya binka e de nte se basa e ne basa se mo hwe se bia before na sheni pamu no ama ye to aba empa ma MPP na ma ye ko sisi no obe fo batna se na mo tina de bi ho na o mo tina de aye ama o kire bi no e bi sa ye de sibi enti mi se na ade sheni pabu fo ama ye de o man ko to aba no okay how do you know
yes also
obi so de no enti ene oba maame e maame ba so why ne
na mo ne to father ye fancy why
but you how do you know that say enti ana almost wa kan wa jina so that say.
All right, eti acho Kwame na no 30 minutes after 10. Arabo. Ma yentwa ye ho na yenya boafo nkrato emra ye koba ye beto aso na ye ne wedding komo. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this one.
Midimafo, Pokwase Maira Accra. Midimafo, Pokwase Maira Accra. Midimafo Herbal Clinic Aba Accra. And you won't hear passengers a gumi kaimi. A Hana do one aircraft. Hey, and the Sacran and put away the mo. And yet the Muampa. The Sadia, Educam Atlantic International University, America Memo, about Dr. Dujanfi Babasu, honorary degree as a professor in biology in herbal medicine. It is said here, I am more. Oh, Mr. Minim wife, your copa war. 1 year, 1 city. Ninsen between 1 and 8 years canon. Miss Connection and Shadam Koye, na Esakakra. She say what Peggy Mama, what young them. Connection, what you want about the crow. Stroke so dear, what fun small. Just say, I did you want who any dear Siano. Yari Bia Tatia, and what Dr. Tamdaso and so. Diabetes, hepatitis B, prostate, hypertension, malaria. Yari Bia. Kumasi say, oh, opposite government school. And then Krahanso, Obe PM, or Pokuase, Maira Kwanoso. For a doctor, 0244 774 282. And that's 0500-727215. Midimba for Herbal Clinic. Woodima for Newa.
Mira, na den na ofre adwuma ba ya se waye bosanse. E di asemwa.
Bi ne hwe mafo kwa na ekwo wo mo animu. Bosia kura mi pedi am ye di abobra so a. Menya bi.
yesre Eclipse Collateral Management for Abamaye. Waye prime brokerage service. Nano said yetienie. So we Japadia na wo hon krata. Wutumi de krata ni beja Eclipse Collateral Management. Na so bi so we Japadia ebiana ne krata no animwa no. Na opebosia. Ye de wo won krata ni yensi echi ba ma nipa no ejebosia. Etua ehon faso ma wo an krata ni ye wo de ani di free.
Hey, nese woni akura ntie.
Oh, emane how cry. Esan se wono so we Japadia wo de ba yenti no. Eno na bank de beton. Wabra won ko de ne ho kra.
Na kire sa men krata da dem no. Ebetumi ama menya sika. Wabra me Japadia no eho nka.
Sapepepe. Ubehu Eclipse Collateral Management. Ewa Denta Pantai Junction. A Denta new site wa 0543832466. Eclipse Collateral Management. Think safety and decent income.
Hey. When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow. Any offense will be count.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and your ready pediatric somewhere who by no. And Nasa wonum Imbusaba Mesa, a peja immune system nabribia. Ya Yarientimu. Say, dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, do the one dance yes, and Yarwa who run Nipa and Yina etimi banaso. And now one pa one dada no monum doctor and rono and num imbusaba mesanoa and momo who are deep pinti ya womuntim pose yare esomo ho imbusaba mesa e wo kansi ene o maimu babia yeto enro etufo mfre 0246 208496 FDA ahihye sa adwade nkrato yi magye atomu seye.
This is 92.9, the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
Hey, Bema, she said your levels don't change. Freshness ne kunsano. Bema, me huama meniaje. Hey, sena unemployment. Emaye hunu Bema.
Aze, arukodo. Nche mewe mo top up no wa Kessben University College o. Ma ona my internship at school ne dema mwinti. Menya highly practical working experience. Papa wa bomb for a great job placement. Mataya. Mubwe Juma.
Kessben University College dear. Some Kameshrew. Say for the best tertiary education. Look no further. Choose KUC. Say Kradie. Yasis Samukra. Aside our main campus. And what contingency off Lake Bosomitri Road, you know. Yasanso the ultra modern city campus with state-of-the-art facilities. Abe kamo. Yes, city campus, you know. And what a doom kumase. Na enona ama part-time. Any weekend school adisiani adichire. Aya kona keke.
Wow, Kessben University College. Aya accessible, affordable, and incredible. Inti siazi, irrespective of your work schedule. Iribwe juman na isiazi.
Kessben University College admits students into their various degree, diploma, and certificate programs. BSc Business Administration with options in accounting, banking and finance, marketing, human resource management, BSc Information and Communication Technology, Diploma in Business Administration, Diploma in Information Technology, Diploma in Media and Communication, Sawukra Wasi, Ana SSC, aggregate 30 or better. Ubetumi apply. Your top up programs who are the HND any diploma holders. Once one year bro 25 years. Ubetumi apply as a mature student. Now ya this young man so dear. You are regular, part-time and a weekend school. Kessben University College. Affiliated to Kwame Appiah University of Science and Technology. And to KNUST certificate, you know. And one year dema war. The National Accreditation Board so at GNATUM. Application forms for admission may be obtained from the following places. At 50 Ghana cedis for Ghanaian applicants and $50 for foreign applicants. KUC Main Campus, Kontinase. KUC City Campus, Adum Kumase. Anase multi-credits in Krobatabia and Ghana Fana Babia. You can also download the application form from our website kc.edu.gh. For further information, call us 0501 637383 and now say 0264 170475. Kessben University College.
Education for development.
Hey, the man one corner.
When did you wait? Yes, baby, woman.
I saw him.
Every run, I saw him say
insurance no metima koyo.
Oh sir.
Nanka.
Wow.
Said your woman say. Mira insurance no when you obi amana nkyere wo kwan ya. Wo sabesi fam o.
Ampa de.
Ana no no obi don fo bi kyerɛ me aseda insurance brokers akyiri kwan yo.
Oh sir.
Hey, omo ye brokers nti. So obi bu fa so ye omo customer nkwan no obi bu fa so. Fa ho nkratasem nyina abrɛ omo. Claims ye begini nyina ma wo. Omo sane insurance companies P na ye adwuma. Efisa omo ye brokers. Aseda insurance brokers ekyerɛ kwan. Fa de wasa wo yo ho. Sikatue bie ne mu. Fa wo nkratasem e fa wo claims ho nyina. Fa ko mu omo de hia de se. Wo ye omo customer. Efi omo ye life and non-life policy. Ebi ye universal life policy. Education and pension providers. Moto, fire, theft, any comprehensive. Ayi yo won siseye ni akwansia nyina mu.
Eh, na sensia no agi o matu musa no. Na no nko na omo ye.
Sign your bid bond, performance, any advanced mobilization bond, any awodo pi mira.
That's ramete. Adepa ne ton ne ho. Kire me kwan no na me mfa ho nkonkonko check me how far.
Aseda insurance brokers wo Kumasi Duma Seda House first floor. Our numbers are 0242 850204 0542 815801 and 0546 170802. And crying so ubehunu Aseda Insurance Brokerage Limited ewa Kessben Twin Towers Circle yabe Vodafone betimi afrey on 020 0080969. Aseda Insurance Brokers
ejumanesi ko ano no.
Adwuma yefue me mama adwuma na mu business tete sen
bra me business kwa na ekofo
se wan ko multi credit
dabi ma ko multi credit
me nso makwaje bosia ma na ya meka o me twa susu se me de kwa akotua me kwaya hwedo befo a ye de ato office no mu kyerese omo de misika na twane o
se wan ko multi credit
ane ma ko multi credit
me nioma abegu port ma ya me nya sika nkoyi dedla na twam ama aban de nsa ato nioma yi so sheka amabo
se wan ko multi credit
no credit ma ko multi credit
emum adadifo bia so den se mo ko multi credit ya enka nya to mu nyina entom me be kire mu ne multi credit to me yes woni ama begu port na woni account o multi credit kura na be bo mama ne a wo be uni ama na ma multi say for 20 days to susu 20 days na chi no ye obenya bia ye bon ma bosia
enu bi na adwadifo hema akoye ya ene ne suto no abom ma bi no kane no na ne suto no emu ye hwe ni na nso ode no ho bo multi credit no ene ye ka adwadifo a ono nso fra no ho adwadifo hema
multi credit where bank adwuma bia savings current accounts Vigo MoneyGram eSwitch and MTN mobile money Bank of Ghana multi credit to me create and wanya na Ghana ba bia be ko bia free 03220374118 someone come multi
na ye ni muntra.
Hey, I didn't take you, baby. I do what your papa, minutes, man. Nobody tell you 2 minutes. No, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, man. Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, come here.
I worry for dear Naba. A dear Naba no pay ya. Or Betty be Metium now will come you no come. A dear Obekunkumu. Nancy better know about way no way nam hana way nam ha. A dear some days if you ha. Wait in a Maakye must say. A drew me menda and opa. A bonon song. A cobonon chrono. For radio no fato Kessben 92.9 FM. Metre 7 to 9 a.m. Metie me ora remene ma pamfo ne enchechem aware no munsam ene niema ebema efie ha edimu hia me ora yere ewo Kessben 92.9 FM na yenyina yembom na yendwendwen efie ho ensam.
This is 92.9. 92.9 This is 92.9 the more variety.
Perfect.
92.9. 92.9 the radio station that other radio stations listen to.
mean, now it's 25 minutes after 10. This is Kessben 92.9. Kessben 93.3, Kessben TV, live across the country, and Asena TV, so Anna Oshi Anope. We are live on Facebook, and keep coming in with your messages now. Sooner than later, we are told, sir, Electoral Commission, ABTMI, declare the final result for the presidential election for 2024, and we await that big announcement by the Electoral Commission chairperson Jane Mensah, the national returning officer for presidential elections in Ghana. Na yafese saying na nini ano ebetimi akwa. Now again, we are told, say, after that declaration, Ora John Dramani Mahama, the former president and now president-elect, Nisa, Wanonso Ebetimi Ashese, Wadina no din sem no Ebetimi Atuga, na Afigana Funyina so etie. Now, Richard call Masande Ade the amount, Mehus circulati yepa, the 120 days in office of John Dramani Mahama. There are some promises what they admire. You be projected to see at the amount. Now you track it, now you share some of the promises John Dramani Mahama made, say what to me a winner within the first 120 days, to me I execute it, and then you get to have a fair idea of what to expect in office. President Mahama take office from a year January 7, 2025, Konwa. Not once to me Ediweni Ediache. Maybe I'm very needy because I am a big man. How much?
You know, I'd say,
Boko, I'm saying,
Yamiadumo. And I pay moms and Bobo Bonia maybe so.
Figures, oh, yes,
figures now. Church and now some solid interviews being so here to bring our listeners and viewers some accurate and solid information. I mean, we are known for that. I mean, when it comes to Kessben, we don't mince words. We deliver as it is. So
as we promise.
Yes, that's good so far.
And before monitor you now, before there's some monitor there can no more companies no more coca.
Almost record a tour. Now almost so the own program. We set the pace.
And you wouldn't be whom I didn't project no I know the phone the channel or buy it in the control body and it's in the man and then the tablet in the buy.
Right.
But anyway, I mean it's fine. We are all brothers and sisters serving our country. Now, I mean, trends, and right now I will draw my attention, say, Makokwe Jr. Yes, we are Philippine I mean,
later, I may say, Uncle, yes, I heard him speak about it. Say problems in there by Ninia Maniama. They can't declare without him, Ninia Maniama. They don't have any power. But at the end of the day, this morning we are hearing that we'll lose. So the surprises keep coming. I mean, we thought they were over. But recent ones but latest ones but it's showing that they are more, and it's like you were saying yesterday, it's going to the government side. I mean the people in power. We don't hear much from the NDC side because look, their main people are still there. They're strong, and new ones are rather coming in. And the interesting, if you look at the dynamics, very, very interesting because. I mean, look, these are big wigs of the NPP. Then you see some small fish from the NDC who is unknown people come, and they kick them. It tells you what the people thought in this election. I mean, they had thought over time, over the month before the elections, prior to elections, what their thoughts were. And Ghanaians are very interesting. We have to study Ghanaians. Actually, we have to. This is a test case for all of us.
A good research.
I'm telling you, a good case study to learn about Ghanaians. They are watching you. Oh yeah, you are doing this. Yeah, they are, but they've taken a decision already.
And funny enough, wouldn't be here. Rallies yes. I wouldn't street so I bet it is possible.
They take their t-shirt, party t-shirt, they take everything, they take the monies, everything. But the decision probably were made some 5-6 months ago. But they will go with you. So we need to study Ghanaians. And this elections have taught us a lot, especially the parliamentary election. Is a historic outcome which we have to take notice of. Yeah.
Now, Thursday, no, funny enough, Could you break down the video beach there? And what I mean, who said no? I mean, a lot of people are one more. Eddie Dr. Bawumia will be deceived. So you know, say Thursday, last week Thursday, and parties in a rapid their campaign with the biggest rally.
Last rally.
And then there was a Joy News reporter. All reporting or person will engage the crowd, people within the crowd. One more bar, one more way to say, I mean, one more party for beating a platform. Then, in a very jubilant mood, you know, there was one lady I want to interview now. I mean, Nenia J was sour shed Dr. Bawumia t-shirt at the NPP campaign rally grounds. Okay? And I was saying, lady Nibiza, so who are you choosing? What makes you believe that Dr. Bawumia is winning? No, I say, do you want me to tell you the truth? Sincerely, do you want to know who I'm really going to vote for? Then the reporter said yes. Then funny enough, the lady started turning left, right, center, watching to see say will be or share whilst the interview is happening. Then she draws closer to the Joy News report. I mean, the video is circulated everywhere.
Okay.
Or draw closer, no, and opeja Dr. Bawumia t-shirt and shadow. Beneath Dr. Bawumia t-shirt, I was our original NPP rally as in John Muhammad
Wow.
I was shocked. And on NPP for the now for they were all jubilating. The reporter herself was shocked as much as me.
Exactly. And then I make us a look.
I'll be producer say you will be break high. Okay. A lot of areas.
Yes.
So my question is that why?
I mean, anything I make say, look, is it a case that it's high time, say, parties, will really find out from the individuals? I don't know how possible that would be. We should have, Musa Dankwa was there, I would have asked him about it. Whether there should be something the party should be doing to find out from individuals what exactly do we want, what exactly it is that we want the government to do, what exactly it is, and I think it behoves on the parties or whoever is in power to check. Then because look, for me, like I said, this election.
So look at this. When the year shows is here.
Yes. For
look
example,
at somebody.
I think this happens. This is a circle.
Yes, this is a circle. Yes. They engage in the reporter. They engage. You know. What's Kennedy T-shirt? T-shirt a Kennedy picture the day anymore. But beneath the T-shirt, what do you mean?
So what is urging him to go follow this party, whilst you know very well, say, so you see, and I think the parties too should learn the enticement, inducement, and things they give to the people. They fall in love with them. But truly, the man wants something else. So it's high time you find out exactly Ghanaians ankasa, because I can tell you, the NPP this time, I don't know what they didn't see it. They didn't see it coming. Some people have made their decisions already. No, the big rallies, the things, they will be there. But the decisions were made some 2, 3, 4 months ago, prior to elections. And it's so for me. This I have to do this some research about this recent elections. Seriously.
34 minutes after 10, the higher Kessben 92.9. But for me, what I feel is that Nana Frimpong. You do pempen so in our politics, our home. As I say, I can't create anybody. What you say? A drew baby. Ghana for him pen na derby. What you say? I feel said to a far extent the NPP was over defensive. Okay. COVID-19 about it was overrated. The justification, yes, we know say COVID no, and there are a lot of implications by it is part of the reason why Nanado it me winning in the second term. Because Ghana for that kind of sympathy. Mo explain it mono Nana, what you say? A 25 dream momo digina so to abade yede.
But beyond that,
in 2020. But beyond that,
yes.
I mean, I feel say it was far overstretched. Say oka economy ne ho asema. Yes, say COVID-19 by Russia-Ukraine war. No more the so abebata. I felt said the posturing no Nana should have been to say the Debbie and African point. Young to say yes, you can say to say the for year. But a near money binti, your best say. What you say?
Yes.
Ye gusu a ye to say, and near money in Ano was still 4 in place.
Yeah, admit to say, look.
Yeah, admit it.
Yes, although COVID about about high and kakra, but beyond that, some things went wrong somewhere. We'll be correcting.
Exactly.
We have to be playing to the people.
Exactly. And then the other months, I mean, how party for Ghana for Kajoso, Yampeka do for Riata. Sesano. Bribeni, Sesano.
At the 11th hour.
Okay, my main call function of Emra, me bank we are very important here, Medi. Now we are told so function of Basabasa Kakra SC ho. My main call not many me reporter ho any come. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, senior.
Agapela na ete saying.
Na ko panu mo na aswe.
Erade domain so me ho ye. Boy en komode na si wo fin so.
Me da say office of capital.
Kessben.
Eh akomadan. Akuma na oba hanuma yetu abanu manu kwa sumdwe mu na de ne se oba Dr. Cheche Asamoah ona CTVet o Director General e wo Ghana yakopon ya do ma office no ofofo hunu mobo ana so mo do no etu abanu di e de ma no e ma no BT vote no 1640 votes na eno no pa e collation center honom no basa kakra esi wo honom e ma ne car o mo se no e ma ne me bi ko so ena no pe yo hanuma na ete se 30 bi aba awo ba beche e di ama office no eye akuafo oba akoma na ye fe ba bi akoma na zongu omo ba ene se o makọ baby for cooperative no chese baby a fet ni ye de ewo no ena jengofo na be no mo bebu fet ni nya de o ma ba na aba so ntini fet ni o mo dia o mo ba be fa ena MPP for no so o mo nti ase enye DC for dia basa si entokwa ko so ase kan twetwe kan se mabo ko so eni fa menu afamu ahwere mo nkwa a me no ka sei e wo face no ba ko so me no ka sei de ye de se kan awo na ma na nsu apie na ba akoma na ye fe da bi akoma na nkramom e honum na sa de ni siye e ma konkoma ni ba ko o makuno konkoma fo no so mo ntia se da nso mo ti na se bia o mo so afro mo nko fa mo so aba e ma me no ka so mo ni fulu ni fo no so dia bom ba nyakopon ni me no kura ni e na me se me pe mo ase ntimi de ma pe ba bi akudom ho adwa ba se si ade ekoso ne die
Kessben
ini me ekoso bet na hu se police for ne soldiers for ne din kai da ba wo na ma me kire mu ye nipa na okumu obi no o de se kan twa obi no onu nu ganen ekowura afie bi mu ena obi nso awo o ye be ma ne babo ne bo be 2 weeks ni entu opie abebisa ade de na ekoso enom de ababo ni tirim me di video ni be sende mo na mo de ato amo bi ahu won se bibi se nda ko inu ye nkra video anya very careful obaba ko nu nkra video ma je no fun ase no enti me so mi ense tro ni enti no menim de we si twa video ni enti menya na kra beti mo wusi ni pa wu the top ni ye yellow no she jeans black e wa akoma na nkra mum asole ya flame CAC Christ Apostolic Church lechi e na sa de ne course wo enti de ko ba ne se onu pie ba bi sa se de na ekoso eno bi de ababo no ne nipa no kokodi nsembone no ekuru afie bi mu okuru afie yeso akohye ni so police ni no kwa akwache no waka police ni nsa enti police ni pie na nipa no okuru afie ni so nkrofo no ba no ade eso ye ne so protecting no to ma woni suit eno mo ko machi no mo jaaye eno nya ni 3D mu eno pie ba bi no koye be nipa no to sumenu no wawu ne de no krenie se wo NPP na ara so NDC ni de mimimi baba akoma na na office no entoko digidi memum nyakopon chaade be bia memete no mete kwan we fe ba bi kwa mo no so soldiers for the car ba be community CIA ko ho no Kessben enti enya nwanwa se e bia akoma na careful besi ana so so more security no e tight e wa akoma dan especially be bia for no mo nkremom e de ko ba bi English Arabic and now the be a from say English Arabic ɛna baabi ɛfrɛ mo sɛ mmaa kurom sorry yɛka sɛ buroni kurom
okay
yɛnti meka sɛ buroni kurom yɛ sɛ tamadɔ yɛka sɛ former president JJ Bettina aso no obesisi na mi wɔ hɔnom yɛfrɛ residential area toma ka sɛ buroni kurom na sɛ JJ wɔyɛ buroni no nti no ɔyɛ koko nti ɔmo fɛ buroni kurom
okay
ɔna mo no ka sɛ it is alleged the word it is alleged ntɔkwa no kɔ so ɔbɛtumi mi no ɔnom sisi and by so far deɛ offense no of akomada particularly nipa mienu afiri mu na de ba kɔ ya ne sɛ Dr. Fecha Samono no win aba no onye basa ɛna opponent party NDC no Dr. Yakan say Sizo Fuso Champion onso nya basa ba minima de ko fa so e ba ye ntila o mo ka se fe tino mo ba bɛkyɛ no ade aba na aba sunto mo ba be yi
Kessben.
The women P1 or my friend Dr. Fecha Samoa CTV director no Oma Kobro and police station collision center on them. The cars, Oma says CB, but on was here Hano, or facing off Edunti, and we
okay.
Then you can say, the person mentioning some baby because more baby na maybe na mate. They made him a sort to for my mate and say, Koku Sam, a model Franco. Last 4 years, Oba independent. Wakan who been no best support to Dr. Fecha Samoa. But I say Dr. Fecha Samoa no ko pe bi on farmer no. E no ko support to NDC ni no. E na eye ko honorable Collins Ntim, former deputy minister of local government. Ono na ye MP otisu CC because the to abana man no ono ni nyansole ni him. Ntimi ka say ono no ye MPCCA.
Yes, you want to talk for that young fancy. Why not? Mefa.
And no talk for you na say. Yes, Collins Ntim no support to NDC no. And also hooliganism e question ya ono kan ho it is alleged. The word it is alleged. Okay. That's what I say.
Maakye, mame na wase na mefa unsi bibia ne yebesa ba unchen biem. Why? Na ya be di combo free. All right. Into offensive north. No. Na yeah. Right now, information coming in. Say oko a year the Tamale South constituency. Lameshegu say yeah kase free and no abisin there. We are told say police station e wo hono. There's been several attacks on the police station. And you show a year footage is in be at the amount surely a year. Lameshegu na wati me ehon. And the awoshes is here no a year. Tamale South, one of the electoral areas, your friend, Lameshegu, and Awoshe Sisiano, proceed Daya Wohonina, and any womanino. People are destroying it, the civilians.
And fixed it.
And that is what is happening. A year Tamale South, Lameshegu. Tamale South, a year, Harry Adushi, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that is a year the constituency, I don't know, but it's quite unfortunate. I mean, Sanyama way must not happen. I don't really know what will might have caused the problem, but I mean, definitely. Anyway, near share any say and the ocean no a year Tamale South. Now we go so our kasa and sign and make call lines in the show.
Yeah, that may come about. I mean, the mindset of the Ghanaian. Over the years, we've learned a lot, we've known a lot, and we've come of age in terms of elections in this country. So, Osha, I mean, you say we are the beacon of African democracy, and I believe that. So we've grown. We've assessed the politician. We know the movement of the politician. We know the movement of government in power, what they have to do and what they don't have to do. We've learned it. It's about convincing the Ghanaian voter. It has to take a different strategy and a different dimension. Okay. Because from this election, for me, if I were a politician, seriously, I would sit back and look at the trend of voting, the pattern, what has come out at the end of the day, and tell myself, going forward or moving on, I have to strategize when I'm telling the voter what exactly I want to do for him or her. So it is so surprising, the outcome of this election, and it is a great lesson for all the politicians, not those who have lost alone, but even those who have come into power now, who will be sworn in from the 7th of next month. They have to learn a lot of lessons from this elections, seriously. And I think it's good for our democracy. It's good as well for all the political parties, and it will be good for whichever government will be in power.
Very well. Now, a lot of people are here at Kasa. Now, yeah, they started Kasa, you cried, I checked the African and how doing and how so. Now, it wouldn't be a cause of social media. So, hashtag Operation Clean Up NPP. And only hashtag, as I say, air trend they say, yeah, Kasa. Operation hashtag. Also hashtag Operation Clean Up NPP. And air trend this is here. Now, many about Kwachros is here. Also, let's bring back the party. Let's bring the party back from Dankwa and Dear Ben to the headquarters. Now, Nana, Kozia, and Yama be is here. I just don't get it. So, your party headquarters. Dankwa Institute. There's a party headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. It was slammed down. Dr. Bawumia, it was the private office, the campaign office. It was your friend is saying, Reggie Hassay, okay, Alisa Hotel Enclave Nimuho. Then ye party headquarters, no, at the Sinchen. Over Greater Accra has a party no original headquarters. Yeah. It was Joe Luquan issue. Yeah. 1 more year, no, the Sinchen. Headquarters in the Sinchen, Dr. Bawumia campaign office, no, the Sinchen, dear what your friend is and regional. I feel there you see a could be a campaign office for Joulu. And what do you call you be hour? And from your friend is a slam down her. He said, "I copy Joulu. Joulu, Hono dear, and I hear what? Oh, I want a flag bearer, Beba. Into your party general secretary cry, as I said, what's not party headquarters. Now what address your party? I say Brahom na Brabekasa. So there was no clear distinction between the operation of the office of the flag bearer and then the party's own operations. And now woman so wow. And what actually transpired was that the people are managing Dr. Bawumia private office and then the campaign. No, okay, they were the ones dictating the pace for the party, extra party, know what to do. Wow. And I mean, if there's something cannot yes. Yeah. And the baby almost set it up, baby and Ra, Justin Frimpo could be a press conference, you know, a party headquarters. And then make slam down there. Yes. But even before that, previous press conferences are not miracles Abuaji was from the other side. The other side, which is the Ojo. No. So why create the power offices? One party, Mukita offices, bed 3 or 4. And I'm going to call into this election. If you are seeing Dr. Bawumia, Babe money, I mean, concession speech near there. Originally, if you know, yeah. So what became of office now? Muko criterion. What you say? So I mean, campaign office and anything. Your party headquarters and your friend is a manifesto committee. And you want to motraye mojuma. And one motraye or mojuma ye bibia. So what is the meaning of campaign office? And I want your friend is a office of Dr. Bawumia and Kasa, the private office. All this one again him say one more a year part of the campaign planning and then the BB a one more. Okay? I think all of a sudden you see you wojo. I don't get it. No. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's true, Kwame.
Political strategy, anything. Research men go into that strategy. NDC did not create any power offices. John Mahama office, private office, Olusu election in a cantonment, that is the office. Yeah. Collation Center, it was at the party headquarters. John Mahama moved from his office came to the party headquarters to see how I know collate results. And now you both video now. Baby, as Sami Jemfi Ejina press conference, it was the same party office, so he could clearly stand before screens and watch say per their data, and this is how much they've gotten in terms of votes. And that was the party's headquarters.
Yeah.
And to the creation of para offices. I don't know strategy man. Now remember, I don't know strategy man. And how did that contribute to vote?
Yeah, it doesn't really.
It
doesn't really work in terms of synergy.
And reason is
to work together.
Now, synergy the crap say. Reason is say, and Crawford feel say, you did Dr. Bawumia buy your money winning primaries, What you say? It's a campaign now party day, baby, Yenya Jini Radia Kosha. And that was it. And until National Executive Brina was reluctant to do the work. So boys now when we try Dr. Bawumia Hueshiano, they were rather dictating the pace for the party. Where was the party's own campaign team? Who were the NDC for you? John Mahama had his own campaign team. Asiedun Ketia had his own campaign team. Professor Jenna no Pokuajiba no one campaign team.
The youth wing.
Pablo one campaign team. One in the youth army no, almost from the Green Army. Oko Legon Moore. Wednesday, Thursday now. Duduana general rally na they were equally here. One more shows at the artists familiar munina ko perform here. Where was the youth wing of the New Patriotic Party? And sana wuba NDC ni mo certain key personalities. Marietta Briumo. Na frimpon. Woman so a man and so form group. Woman so in them. And what they were doing was that so region winner John Mahama Eba. Okay? I see you get here national chairman medical about. Okay? I see you get here free hono na a man so ayede alcohol. Before that, no Pokuajiman so different way. Then preceding few days aka Major Mahama Abahon. Then you see Malik Basintele and the youth force no Nusu Krano. Then they go there. One more all the motorbike riding near Dina. One more free no more exit. Then John Mahama comes in. Then they go and do another level of operation at a different constituency. John Frihanoma or Baha. So they go do the work, prepare the grounds and all of that. Na youth need the actually. As for this one, Dr. Bawumia movie. They were all following the train. Last minute, now Marco spending a whole 15 days in Ashanti region. Operation Sika Seba near the as ye be here, as ye ma, oh baby, do know. I mean, we are skeptical. I mean, you name the ABC, it's young chance so near chance so much chance so I could get this result. So, I mean, you could clearly see the mistakes hovering everywhere.
Kessben.
Hovering bomb.
Yeah, Kwame.
But I mean, you know, this particular one.
Nana Sakwaba. I'm fan channel.
It was beyond me.
And the moon I'm
Kwame.
Yes.
Yegusu kasa. Na yebeto aso akopem se yebeso in President Mahama.
Yeah.
Yinjai. Ti. Nanado dan Kwakufuado. Honestly speaking, I have already said it. Say, as a Kufuado as a president today, he has worked.
Yeah.
What mean GBB and Fenfre Kufuado? He has really worked. A Kufuado is not a leader. I'm telling you.
You keep repeating.
Yeah,
yes,
you keep repeating
and I will keep repeating it until say, and the best way in John Mahama.
Why is he not the leader?
Oh, yeah,
I think it's a good leader.
No, he's not. Listen to me.
Yeah,
on your leader, he's not a good leader. Well, let me put it.
Reason is saying.
Yes, I'm a decatcher. No, baby, but my last time I can be
better. One more true and rather you different from where.
Okay, today and that day, my main Kessben. Nanado dan Kwakufuado.
Kessben.
The only thing that he helped Dr. Bawumia. I say, who read the NPP constitution now? The constitution says that the flag bearer, not the flag bearer, when they are in the government, the president is the leader of the party.
Yeah.
Apart from say, people were heckled to make sure police station executive elections to make sure say Dr. Bawumia will be the flag bearer. No. Our can no two man one cash Emma Sadi no course they help Dr. Bawumia. No. Throughout the campaign, did not help Dr. Bawumia.
Why? He did. Why Juma Palmer? No, I disagree. I disagree. I disagree with you. He did a lot of work. In fact, he set the pace.
No, I just want to understand.
He set the pace. He set the pace for Dr. Bawumia. He has set the pace for Dr. Bawumia.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
That's
what I told you that. When it comes to projects, he has worked. But we should not forget, say, any project in Kwan and Kofor Shede Twaba. President Kofor did the same in 2008.
No, Mahama did the same in 2016.
Commissioning projects. When the electionary campaign was at its peak, but yet they lost.
Yeah.
So we can brush that aside. I'm saying this because, listen to me. NPP for any Nanado Dankwa Kufado. Omuma Dr. Bawumia. For the first time, NPP are presenting Muslim candidates. For the first time, NPP are presenting Nord Nano. A tribute too much. So I think some of the research that they did, they say, Dr. Bawumia betime neutralizing the northern part of the country. Northern part of the country, they wouldn't win, but they will close the gap. Voter region because Kotokori for the Sankofo some of them are from the Volta region. Then swing regions, we make sure we win the two. Ashanti will vote massively because Napo is from Ashanti region, they will win the election. Sadinu come too much.
Until Mama relax.
Every business will go in this country was against NPP government. Memory search and penetration. So co-election. Dr. Bawumia's manifesto. The manifesto. What the Hashem say, when I come, I will scrap betting tax. No. What's the bar? He love you, make him. Kwame, we need money. The two political parties, I'll bet me a winning election. Obiaso or bar obitram.
Kessben.
One is using propaganda. Say the e-levy. I'm using the word propaganda because we saw what happened. Say the value added tax when the NPP did even the Kumi Preko. One of the grounds are Omadi Kumi Preko demonstration. Now value added tax ka but buy you understand? Communication service tax. In 2008. The NDC Timun say talk tax, but yet so I will use the word in asterisk and I say in quote say it's a propaganda against the e-levy. Fine, e-levy is fetching you money. Fair enough. Tell you 7 months before the election, Dr. Bawumia said Bamba scrap e-levy. Because I wasn't part of the people that took that.
In fact, no one into.
Yes. Even on Peace FM, he said that I was not part of it. And they set an ad hoc economic management committee led by Mr. Osafo to implement the e-levy. I then a kufu. One calculation reading we say the two in Nassau about Beckham. I then know who came.
And I will train the
Tienio, what has my maker Tienio? Because ye also bar betting tax in Ubicam. Dr. Bawumia me bar dialysis. I'll make sure that OBI dialysis will be free. I send a manifesto. Die best of the campaign. Then a Kufado. Nana Dankwa Kufado as a president. I'm making sure say
I introduce
dialysis.
That's not health insurance.
Yes. What to be a I don't know when you had the e-levy and the betting tax. Because Kwame, Dr. Bawumia is telling you that me buy ya make him. He's telling you the first budget obekem. Oni ade ne travel kofa no akase me hwe no ma bi ansa na metwam. Wo se me buy ya metwam. So from that month kakra na na about 5 months no anaka no to that December no edia.
Also me free one. Yeah.
Nipa na say electronic buses me ba make sure say you be the electronic buses me ba. To make sure say fewer some the whole world echo electronics. What the electronic buses they are. Obi beka say okay usu be try 11. You are part of the government. Oba ubekem. Oba the electronic buses beba. What the electronic buses ni biaba. Mamil eluku promise and say oba ube try 11 mo apa. Beba. Oh, what the electronic buses beba apa. What's a dialysis no ba obey the free health insurance. Ampa unya maye no wa ya ampa.
Kessben.
Now so bana be try 11 mo. I tell na won kan che kufa no try 11. Because according to Dr. Bawumia, was say the dialysis no he went to the another down Kwakufado. Remember that audio, David? I'm a catcher say, okay, Kasa no. The people will start asking questions. Say, on the catcher Kufado say, was there no? Or me Franka National Health Insurance and the Kufado, another down Kwakufado understood it. So at then and now for pressure.
Kessben.
You get me? If you maintain these 2 taxes, obiaso obo betwema na eda ho sa ye 19 taxes ededifu edija memete ha guta president tia meboa ana meboa guta president aha not pani ba kotia and other import and export association for ye boy video of President Mahama visited them and they were counting 19 taxes.
19 to 23
taxes. And some of the taxes ni bi ho a chum that adam be that's in the pot. And I'm told you say the team of the vice president was on the neck. Even the finance minister said, please let's go and scrap these taxes. The businessmen told the Nadudan Kwakufado, apart from say Kufuado na nkasa no omuhia no Dr. Bawumia no omuhia no the same businessmen are omo party no see they were doing the party good as well they wouldn't tell you they will vote you out. So it could be that the people that love the party 8 million kofa ankoto aba no omo ka hu bi because you don't on person beto aba de dia tia
na vo omo bo omo amane so no mo san atage wo omo.
Yes. They went to another down Akufado.
Yet they will be tagging.
Yeah.
Say interest.
They went to Akufado. Please, Nana. This thing is collapsing our business. And confess someone to Aba. And no can one man no ma boyading. Won't ye? And ne ye betting tax ni 11 December. Me boy. Do Ababa no so be January. Oh, just idea. Scrap this. Because at the end, now be a beer 1 year dada.
Kessben.
Musika benyina
when you and I'm not sure say he live in DC, UDC, police headquarters. And then he live in DC judges quarters. Kumasi. Procuracy interchange in the idea commission in Nana. Me a sure pass and he live in Kwa because what the fancy no cry. Sata mani a kahwasam no 1 year.
So the idea, they all connect me to see. I see here.
Kessben.
Those 2 taxes, betting tax,
you could have just
abolished that.
Simple like a business, Nana. Simple like a business. With the vice president, you see, vice president, no, Ubuadia to the standard, or a tough, with a very tough person. But you see, Ubuadia to the standard, say, no, a person need a kufa to finish well.
Kessben.
Oh, no person need to finish well. The reason why he chose Napo, he couldn't even tell Akufado. Because Akufado more preferred candidates. He had to tell 2-4 say to the second. The 2-4 in Komodiemu, only do Komo, only Nanadu do Komada, a passing comment. The guy can answer.
Kessben.
And that's what to me, can't you know, he doesn't have the boss, but not a person on the end well.
All right, Nana, Mama, now I say 5 minutes after 11. I feel no joining any Kessben Sunni. We are back again. As we await the electoral commission, and I say or did the final declaration, no ebebano. We just giving you certain things. Ebetimi abuao. Once you are home, once you are take here no obe home. Why have Ghanaians voted for John Dramani Mahama and NDC? We'll tell you more about it. Parties ni me no obia the promises and then the manifesto ebaye. But currently, what is happening no is what I'm about to take you through. Now, you go so ayedi nkomo wa haya no me hu say this particular document meba betchire mo dia ma ono a document asase a go viral. Okay. You see, Ghanaians as massive as we want to dia ma NDC, you know, from Endro anajo eba besi anopei, okay? Yakin kind document we've read through, but I've seen say Ghana for na shase circulate. What it means, you know, and it say one more best start say taking boxes, you know, one after the other.
Scrutinize them.
And scrutinize it. And by your words, and I yaji wanu munsema yede atumu ayede atu abano massively at the amount. Yeah. Now we are going back to track enema wokan you know, and then vis-a-vis as the day comes by, you know, ye be compare near who say ye make progress and now ye make retrogression. Now, Richard Yanko will take you through. So this is Mahame's Tubwasi. Okay, so Mahame's first 120 days social contract with the people of Ghana, and that is the heading. Mahame's first 120 days, okay, social contract with the people of Ghana, resetting Ghana, okay, jobs, accountability, and prosperity. They're building the Ghana we want. And this is a policy document. Now, these are extracts. And what the NDC's manifesto no emo indicating say you know, I mean, within the first 120 days, okay, and John Dramani Mahama say obeyenie. First 120 days, then we are talking about hopefully the first quarter of the year, which is 4 months, right? Okay. Okay, so number one, nominate with the first within the first 14 days. Okay, nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. Okay, just like Nana Danko Ekufuado Baya no ye nyan declare yo hu se wa win ne kura no no ani fi ho no the podium ne bibia de asi ho no start announce it. Yeah. It was very interesting, you know. Or announce it, the ministers official between omo aye adwuma. Nanado did something beautiful. Wofa Alanche Martin, no ready Alanche Martin profile nyina no dey actually say adwuma no dey share nsa no, or you're competent enough to do it. Now, within the first 120 days, John Mahama said within the first 2 weeks, yes, swear ni in we de nisi akonwa so na wotwe mienu pepepe esese otimi eyi the ministers and deputy ministers are when you mobile a within 14 days and nominate within the first 14 days the complete list and by that time you feel in fact waba muda why president when the ministers when you when you obey you free enim one more bet with you more beka ho enti nefua no mako do nice no na ss list na ss ye ho adwuma no waye ni nyina ho adwuma e de akwakomba mrase bidwa no se wo mo nhwe na afi the appointment committee no oti ase entina se entoto to sankrofo na no na wo mo approve agi wo mutuma wo motimi aba be ministers the edi kan John Mahama so obeye no. Number 2 or say constitute the leanest and most efficient government.
You underline the leanest.
I'm coming. Under the Fourth Republic, in my first 90 days in office.
Yes.
Good. And see, Oka said the leanest government, government, you know, I feel here for me government, obey ministers, okay? Will you ministers we are obey deputy ministers? Will you deputy ministers we are obey appointed MMDCs? Yes. Okay? MMDC is, you know, it is not so okay linears now. I don't understand. MMDC is. Any idea about me a free? We have over 260, I don't know. Yes, 260 districts and municipalities plus metropolis across the country. And I don't know 260, you know, a constant. Won't mean you being free and I won't mean fair being a day. Beckham. Yeah. And now to was here. And I don't know what. Then aside say where ye wo ministers, with deputy ministers, with MCEs, with DCEs, you know, okay, you still have the responsibility of appointing chief executives. And then heads of institutions are holding in buying there. And sir, and Crofoni appointment, yes, over 7,000 appointments. And now, in this case, the word linears, what does it mean? Are we going to see an amalgamation? Say, agencies, Libi or what? Shall buy ministries, Nasia Yebekika, Komo de Abomuana. Because clearly, offer agency meetings say NEIP. Over as a NEP, right? Maybe for soon cancer one. Any the National Youth Employment Agency. Mean what the Fufrubia Omunai. I've been just say. If we are saying, yes, National Youth Employment Agency. Woman in training crop for. You were models. You did training crop for. What you say? Youth in afforestation, youth in police, youth in why. What you say? You really and you quote NEIP. Say woman Emra, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. And only a dear here. One more modus operandi. A Juma SSI agency ni yeno. And the Youth Employment Agency no air yeno. Difference very. Plus the National Youth Authority and so on. And it's a more champion youth focused programs. A betimi abeye a stopgap measure. Okay? A dear. Then what is really the problem here? And they yachiche chadi ni mun kitten sa. If we are saying NEIP na a training kaya yufui. Me, I feel strongly says a youth employment agency for Juma. What I say? So such an agency probably as I see a dini in a ebomba kope funding ye bepe dia mo ani ape funding ne dia eden e dia mo no mo timi ayo moduma. So the word linears and most efficient, I feel say that is the angle it has to go.
And so we'll be looking at
we'll be watching it. We'll be looking at it. Agencies need be honoma who here as I say a kikabum. Okay. Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Aviation crowd they say you see I said the Abeka transport. We need to bring the railways back to transport because railways resort aquacusi say. Why should we allow that ministry to stay there? What I say? I have heard the conversation so ever baby said the Ministry of Communication and the Ministry of Information. What really is the difference? I've important I say. And why don't we have information or communications ministry bringing everything together? What I say? So say a time John Mahama time Ovozuku actually your friend is saying Omanebo Amamunina were the communications ministry, and then you had government spokespersons near the then this government came and then they separated. Now a fisheries ministry as a whole ministry on its own, agencies
aside agree.
What I say? Aside. So you have that agree so you need to bring that one back. You merge them. So merger no ebeba. Then we look at how agencies need to be how efficient the work will be. Now, third point was establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. I mean, this is a policy document. And that one should be simple. Now, number 4, also hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. And I think this thing will be most efficient. And this is where for me my interest is. What I say? Now, when him say NDC has done this point before. What more you be that? Century consensus. One more political parties need to say, hey, baby, economy na do ya remanaka do be. Muma ye nyina ya metina se na ye discuss it. Ye ko ye nim no ye budget no say this is economy. So this particular number 4 point, very important to look out for. And John Mahama said within 120 days, as I say, organizes our national economic dialogue. Now, after you bring everybody on board, now a car ya postponing debt restructuring program, bilateral creditors are one more yesika. Woman into negotiations near the end. The dialogue of it will happen here, and that is point 4. Richard Young Choice. And when don't forget, it is within the first 120 days. Richard Mami, the next point. Then you come to point 5. Was it within my first 90 days in office, scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of living, the high cost of doing business. One, to say the African within first 90 days. Bosumi miensa pepe pemu. What the missy akonya so na me ba. Acha ya bosumi miensa. Ye levy no may ye at the free ho. Okay, ye levy no may ye the free ho. Dr. Baumiaso Caso no so ba obey ye levy free ho. And no na African po biziga abisa said DNT Dr. Baumia air promise. So be ye levy free ho. Na aka few months me akoto banana na do ent be enye free ho. Fi sa time no be si time aye ube free akonya so ye levy no ahene de beba ho. Enti insusue mu no na je say sa policy we amoma ne tina ho yi edi Dr. Baumia bro no. That is what it means. Enti ye levy will go COVID-19 levy ebeko. Okay,
gone long time
ago. COVID no mo say atwam
long time ago.
I mean, if you are seeing declare say COVID be any baby ebiem, you go to your COVID levy. Uto nsuo kura no ma utu ya COVID levy. Ukoton lunch kura dia utu ya COVID levy. Yet wo mu wi say COVID ne buy wo mo che ne ma free. Adin so mo gisika ya gusu age. Nsuo kakra mo de che ye free. COVID levy no ebeko. Then 10% on betting winnings and emission levy. Ni nyina abeko. What you say? And it is very easy. I mean, you would have to law now establishes anima way no ube clear ni na e de afi and ye idea dey say ube to be aye. Now within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. So that one can be done.
It's feasible.
It's feasible. It's achievable.
Yeah.
And we are looking at John Mahama promises, within the first 120 days. Now, point 7, commence drafting needed legal amendments and prepare for implementing the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president. And I think this is another important point.
Yeah.
And you see, so Utsie John Mahama promises now, feasible. Now, people were asking, say, also be a 24-hour economy. The NPP were saying, say, 24-hour economy, no, Mwankasa modern policy by Montiasi. Montiasi because Muntimin Chiremu ye, Magana for Ntiasi. Okay? Then the last interview at John Mahama and the BBC, the presenter asked him the same question. And he was like, but you once upon a time interviewed Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We interview no catch us obey free SHS. As at that time, Kwame Appiah or to make sure the free SHS ebe cost na. Ekwan no mbefa so mbeyen was he able to tell you. But John Mahama said, oh no, within the first 120 days, okay, drafting a policy the mbefa so aye implementing. So the real document, the blueprint aye so ye be implementing the 24-hour economy within the first 120 days, we be prepare our document in the blueprint. Now, you the Abana Ghana for your chance here, the whole encobo, and that is it. And I mean, clearly, say, then it means that we are achievable, and idea and the document in the better modalities, companies who can who be signing on, and Faswa who be a buying the other meters, baby, be free, but will be part of this document. It's the thinking on how I won't be implementing 24-hour economy will be here. And that is point 7. Richard, you caught the other one. Now, all these promises should be achieved within the first 120 days. Now, the point 8 says establish an accelerated export development council to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Okay, so I don't know. This one is not difficult. We'll put it together. People are free, so we are experts when it comes to trade, both import and export. Now, I feel more making sure say council for me we are okay, whether by legislative instrument or whatever. Yeah, them run it actually we are. I mean, by then you promote exports. I mean, very feasible and achievable. Okay. Then point 9, convene a national consultative conference on education. Another important point. Convene a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on needed improvements to the sector. So this is where free SHS comes in.
Exactly.
And open na me David Oforia Champion Edin Komo through the interview. No, he said say okay say John Mahama ka say oba before obe touch free SHS obey review biano obey the friend national dialogue. This is it. And only a 0.8. And John Mahama say obey national conference. Parents, schools, no parent associations ni nyina beba PTA chairpersons mu nyina mo be invited. Biara be chair na adwen Ghana ni biara be chair na adwen. Then eba no teacher unions obia contribution conference we ni ebeje saa ne eba ni nyina. Then ye wia yagege adwen training nyina no. Then we now decide on how I be proceed here. Free SHS and it's a review be beba ebetimi aba. And I think this is not idea danger what betimi aye within the first 120 days. The promises are, I mean, very measured, reasonable, so you can see say achievable. Say wanya no ebia or person 1 year. And that is it. Over point 10 was say implement no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions, universities, colleges of education, and then nursing training institutions, etc.
Hanona issues in the because
so issues in the have because
exactly we will follow on
exactly. So the question is that the next academic year,
yes,
and necessary we no roll out,
yes.
Now next academic year never started that being started September. Going okay, so August September 2025 and the next academic year never started. Now we are in the 2024-2025 academic year, the first term or semester of that academic year from February or January. Schools never be in January or February. Ekwa di kosi May, okay, will be the second semester.
Yes.
Then you have June, July, August for the long vacation. Tertiary students never feel be 3 months, you know. If you hold the internship near there. So hopefully, all person will implement this policy. As I said, starting with the 2025-2026 academic year. So I see preparation towards that main academic year. No, as I said,
yes.
What you say?
I don't even say sikasemo.
Sikasem. So I'm saying that you have from January, best where we're in, January 7th, 2025, between January and September. Okay, you are promising so within the first 120 days, which is 4 months. So February, March, April, May, June, or better still, ending of April, you should be able to set out your modalities ahead of academic year here in September, no, so that then you now begin to look for the source of funding. What that's the
thing.
That's it. And you know, I mean, the NDC has a critical work to do when it comes to year point 10. Now, Richard, let's go to the other ones. Now, I feel we are joining here. This is Kessben, 92.9, 93.3, Kessben TV, Asida TV. We are live across all platforms. Now, we are taking a critical look at the first 120 days in office for John Mahama and then the NDC. Now, point 11 says, introduce the following social interventions. Free tertiary education for persons with disabilities. Okay, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, Mahama Cares Fund. Okay, so the Mahama Care member now a certain chronic diseases national health insurance and capture or the friend of Mahama Care ebeba or launching that program. Now one more pay for 2 be there to honoma. We yare now was our situation ni more. Ubetimi enya ohwaye den atete. Na the omwaye na nsenya aka ho dialysis for no, it was part of the promise I was under the Mahama Cares program. Then also free tertiary education for persons living with disability. And only achievable and Crawford, I mean, one more nibi, one more year bro. I mean, one more did them near Diano. John Mahama say qualify now be tertiary area. A free at the mouth. Source of funding no sikano e be free anaba ma yet they are implementing such a policy. Will it be from the GET Fund or the Student Loan Trust, or where exactly are we picking the money to say they implementing free tertiary education for persons living with disability?
The thing is it is what you come and find in the coffers.
And I bet you
because that's 120 days. You've not really started to roll things yet. So what will happen is that you rely on what is in the coffers, unless there is any any source of funding I be fee any other places, because when you come in 120 they very early in the I don't know very early stages. So I'm wondering, let's see how they go about this.
Okay, and then point 12, you come to a year or say commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. I think this is achievable, right? Okay, and that is that. Then point 13, institute inquiries and a forensic audit into the following matters of public interest. And Hana for Krum and I had the bit chasing Crawford Omolan Cruises woman. Interesting times ahead.
I tell you.
One, the collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. I don't know one. Now you remember say John Mahama promises say Oba share banks are a good yenimu. Why Yanfa Kwame Papas who bank, wo savings and loans, or microfinance, Yanfa Kwame Papas with the good no. Say SSA NDC for the license man back, on beside their man back. Because to them, one believe we say Ghana Numa SSC good no. Because even at the time I hear good banks, government told us, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Attaka said we needed 9 billion Ghana cedis to resuscitate the banks. Now womunye jumaye. And I see there be 9 billion in San Koshemu bi because the Koshemu kra no krofo di directors in the mobo see free mo a womuntua. For that reason you best spend 25 billion Ghana cedis. E be agumo. And John Mahama says it was too outrageous. So over 16 billion additional costs now they better or minus so just to kill or collapse a business. Wabra says our business so hard and can be found bebre na ejuma.
Yeah.
So he doesn't see the sense in that. For that reason, the promise is say obey forensic audits. Now we initiate inquiries and if you move mapa and because so kwanya wo mo fa so the 25 billion Ghana cedis. Egu banks, wow, you would have to account for it.
Yeah.
I mean, Emrano will have to deal with you. And see, that is that promise. Now, illegal printing of money, the $58 million National Cathedral scandal. I said, I know, $58 million. You're spending investigations, Now, illegal and inflated single source contractor yanye open tendering. Okay, now yet assessment. Yes, the money per company way. COVID-19 expenditure. COVID by and when him say the Auditor General audit of the COVID-19 expenses. Sa document okay, so he is saying COVID-19 expenditure scandals are who buy even the Auditor General capture the government will begin to investigate it. Wow, who won't be asemwato PDS a Japa deal, SML ambulance spare parts deal, 13th African Games SkyTrain saga. Over $2 billion and you try for SkyTrain as you enter me Palugu Dam, okay, mat sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators and tricycles, okay, Sputnik V, COVID-19, na John Mahama I never make way point 13 Bust scandal after obeying well was losing the seat to be any so be quiet. Bust scandal now you do you wake up fra way the NDC is promising to investigate it. Wow. I mean, you are related, found of wrongdoing, prosecution because and others. And see, this is the 13th promise. Now, achievable.
It is. Okay. It is. Achievable. Achievable. Yes, some of them will require funding, like 120. That's what I'm saying. It will depend on what you find in the coffers for you to put some of them.
Then, point 14, institute a government policy banning political appointees from purchasing state assets. I don't know, he was very clear. Say, and was indeed there will be a government policy deliberate government policy a wo na ban mu a woni akwanya bia se okoto dan koto asase bia wo ba bia ompe feeling keka wa bia with the fact say aban mu mpanyimfo sisi nkrofo gi omunsase ne ade te say de yehu in the past few years e won kran ha no and no point 14 now point 15 allocate seed money for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank.
They mention it a lot.
Okay, and that is it. This is the promise. I want the man has to ababi baby ama almost Women's Bank neba a ma dwedi bodwa no wo better banka okoje loan wo hono ma interest no wo form pa wo de koye adwuma ni nyina na wotu etwa ne kakrakra wo se emra ebeboa ma Women's Bank no wo atimi ate no wo ehyiase aye ho enhyehyɛ no na afesika ebetimi aboa ma bank no atimi aba no wo atimi aye ni nyina ene point 15 now point 16 launch the following priority job creation programs in the first budget. And what it means is that in the first budget, we should expect that there will be funding allocation for a Jumawura program, okay, National Apprenticeship Program, and a 1 million coders program. Okay, say John Mahama say we be training youth, 1 million of them on how to code IT systems near there. And we should appear in the first budget, and that is point 16. The next one, 31 minutes after 11. Now, point 17. I say commence the review of Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage cars. Okay, so buy no cars. Cars I did 10 years. Abro so no untime enkra money there. Or say we be making sure say Parliament ne be amended the Customs Act. A ban is a near mano. Now afetimi allow now as vehicles to rescue the local automobile because dealers a ton cars no so won timi fasa cars ne ba brand new cars e ba Ghana for ni timi
so magazine
for no company ade wo mu nyina adwuma akofom because se cars ne ma spare part dealers ne so entimi nyeden en crash spare part no enfam ma so that is part of it and no point 17 18 or see lay before Parliament a new bill to streamline government scholarship administration, okay? Prohibit political appointees from assessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in awarding government scholarships. Obekai, the NPP government, yes, in Crawford scholarships near dear Bibre,
scholarship scheme, issues bound
issues bound Bibre. Your mama said he will streamline things with a scholarship. 19 ban illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves. I had an interest in because I'll be more than a bulldozer with this particular promise. Yeah, Metias, yeah, will be a measure by now, we will come at you. John Mahama is promising that he will end the galamsey, especially in the forest reserves. Okay, forest now, galamsey woman. John Mahama promising a point 19 say obetu sani manase, and then he will not even allow new mining activities in the forest reserves. And you need to be on the lookout. Now, your promise after so years they will say roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water Initiative to heal and to sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. I mean, this promise is fantastic. But we are watching because we need to know how our implementation now. Point 20, launch the Black Star Experience. And then a creative art for launch the Black Star Experience initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, art and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred tourism destination. And see, you say you were dirty December, beyond the return, and the year of return by the year beyond the return. You say, John Mahama said, I mean, Black Star Experience, remember, you been fashion week, you been movie and they are seeking to implement that. Now, 21, commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements. Allah.
That's a crucial thing. Anyway, it's very important. I know, sir. 21.
21 is critical.
It's critical. Yeah.
Now, you see, and you might even document the one Kaya won't tell you. John Mahama said police service, immigration service, the military, okay, customs, any security agencies. He believes that NPP for the one party boys association more. Amma one the security agencies needing someone, but the question is that NDC most mobile fund for.
So we're scrutinizing it.
Okay, and John Mahama said, "What will be scrutinizing the already existing forces? Why would the Equamboni be ma when you're qualified? No, you be you and the no dear side natural. I don't know, but Monso more Fabia we will come to that." The last 2 points, 25, initiate immediate steps to compensate the flood victims. Now, the okay in the Volta region, no, flood in Akosombo Dam now is spilling over now. Ekosen Crawford nearby now. NDC can say a binding to your compensation be a massa and Crawford Sika. As I say, ye did my one more and near my say, ye woman fee, essay, ye near the ending, or say, or better taking steps now. Sikas are buying editorial woman, one more to me, including those in the Oti, Bono East, and Savannah regions. A queer 4 woman not buy essay, ye woman for more essay, because of Sa issue no, yes, pele over no. Now they have promised a compensation be a hobiano, one more to me, 26. Carry out a shake-up of all loss-making state-owned enterprises and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. Very important.
Very important.
Agencies, you know, ebi wo ho no mo a esese ye keka de yeden edibom na afei yehude wa ye be realign no. So these are topmost 26 promises of John Dramani Mahama.
The first 120 days.
The first 120 days. And near money be a one person, one more year who no, and no. Now I'm going to get I'm Tio na yen kokwa na enyi na ya brebre.
Right, kasa papa. Na Kwame.
Yes.
Adie a watu obo asia waka ho asemi. Eya koye me say President Mahama holds the destiny of National Democratic Congress.
Yeah.
Sisi ameno kase. Adie a waken kind sisi the next 50 years NDC life omu fate ejina Mahama so. If Mahama failed to say also oma NDC sa koye one term power, get one term power, they will never forgive him. It will only very careful, especially these promises. When your manifesto, this is captured in the manifesto, but a normal was so bar within 120 days obey from the manifesto no, and work out some the chain. You see, over the years, my starting free the social intervention side. Over the years, we know say the two political parties here be leading here. Ofa NPP, they are giving you NIP, Poverty Alleviation, Disability Act, Metro Mass Transit, free maternal care, National Health Insurance, school feeding programs. You understand? On and on and on. So many social intervention programs. Then NPPDA campaign say National Democratic Congress they don't have
any social
intervention program. Before 2008 election. And the NDC came to spend 8 years. We did not see any social intervention program like Yamaboboso, President Mills and President Mahama. Then NPP came back and gave you the all-time best social intervention program in the history of Africa, which is the free senior high school. And they are trolling them still say, Mutimi introduce a single social intervention program. Now when you watch the what also about 120 days now, and the manifesto now, who within the clear, you see that it is being staffed with social intervention programs.
Yeah,
it is a officially so be implemented. Even 90 of them, they will use one. Say when to me, it will create a problem for the party. The 2028 election campaign has started today. It will start immediately. Mahama swears in because Kwame, and no matter what me anamaji me say. Some of them, he said it to woo votes because of who's your politics. You find the political science, you find the political opportunism. Well, who said go for Kasadi we say pa article 75 S Gracia and a mood disca and NPCA or bass me scrap S Gracia. Political opportunism. Oh, corruption. Me ba me set committee ye be hwe sadu esi oh toe boot toe red toe ye yidi afu ankora ne bi nipa ne bi akotena fie omu sudi omo ye disable for no akota me ba me sade aba. That's a political opportunism. It is not bad. It is part of politics. Eka politics so it will be obeka so be sade bia. It is good. But Kwame, this country 2008 election, throughout the electionary campaign, there are some issues that NDC at the year campaign say South Kofono are corrupted this country. No, they will jail them, just like President Kofo jailed Victor Solomon, Agbodape, Kwame Appiah, and others. They replicate it. Now, Mr. Samuel Boatin and Zulika Lowry, the wife, on issue of a procurement, so Oma defrauded this country. Oma the court for 3 good years, they were exonerated. Ghana at 50 was a campaign to even Rollins said it, including Professor Mills. So Oba, they make sure that Ombe investigating Ghana at 50. Obi what this guy Ghana at 50 will be ano. They make sure that people, some coffee will be jailed. Mr. Kodjon Pianim, any Reku Brebe Tarzan were taken to, they set up a commission to investigate them. All of them were exonerated. You understand? Akoso say Rice Master issue by a former Josu MP doubled as a deputy foreign affairs minister and substantive minister. Rice Master issue, they were not able to do it. So NPP also capitalized on it. Say a catcher me say you're corrupt. They were not able to jail any of our people like President Kofo did to Agbodape, Kwame Appiah, all these things. This is a analysis here. Me, is generic. This is not technical. I'm doing generic analysis. Say the bear who breaking down Kofo better say. So everything that President Mahama has said, you be investigation way, you be making sure say, one, it will be a problem. I'm telling you.
And just before we go, there's a breaking news.
Okay.
I think, sir, generally, and press conference or was not really necessary. But quickly, as we speak, we are told some of the NDC party supporters are attacking the national NADMO head office. Everyone cry ha. Ama ye kase police for akwa kugu bebre. I want more Sunday man no paying so I
told you that press
conference. I don't know why that should be happening. But I mean, regardless, what we need about what is the cause of you destroying state property.
And you know the idea. You know the idea of that press conference. And I don't know me that and a BB by me to say they need it's at that time no more winning majority. But no nya that number now more pen to get the 2/3 of me say they wanted people to throw to the to manipulate Miss Adam to manipulate results in the parliamentary because who say NPP for now discouraged to the stand that you wouldn't go to a collation center to see NPP die-hard supporters fighting for their members of parliament.
Oh, but I don't know, you
understand?
I don't know would have been after total because some press conference or cause people to move
go there.
And you don't know what
about Kwame. So upisabe shabu kinano. You understand? We shabu kinano. Satam no sami the people yes. How many seats in so many? How many seats in so many?
No, but that time no figure be a
crime. There was an agenda. Me say there's something behind.
Like you said, it wasn't
so
necessary.
bad.
It wasn't necessary. And
so
like,
come and run mananan twaso.
And I'm sure na yenko.
So that is that we are looking forward to see President Mahama.
Like when you were on the screen, I was telling you, about the intervention. Some of them are, in fact, they are feasible, but they will need funding. 120 days in Oba, those implementation of some of them, you need money to back them. So I wouldn't say much about them. All that I would say is that God should give us life to live and see exactly how the first 120 will be. And I believe and I hope the NDC will not disappoint. That's what I would say.
We have social media and I make I had the view be a posty.
My Lydia is almost you.
I mean, here and I wait there. There is something peculiar about their heads, and the NPP's problem in 5 pictures. And I don't go for the decay. Yeah, was a former for tossing me. Santi dear to you, Eka and I feel Almighty Gabi.
You fed God.
God, okay.
Wouldn't say fellow God.
Meaning
the God in here, Gabi Ochre Daku.
Okay.
Okay. God.
Okay.
To a moment, you friend of God.
And your friend is Almighty Ken, and so that, and she, Nippon person just said there is something peculiar about their heads, but I don't know. Young Canicus, yes, not. Or the other hand,
so Kwame, I see one thing NDC for so we are very careful, Kwame. The reason why over the years they be struggling to get numbers to win the election, because when you say post Rawlings, we have done 7 elections. I think NDC we need 2 of them. 7 elections. You understand? They have won
2012.
Yes.
And then
just one.
We need 2008.
I'm saying that
our post Rawlings.
Post Rawlings.
Post PNDC and first NDC with Rawlings.
Yeah. Yes. Remember? I'm saying that post Rawlings ends at 2000. Yeah. So I'm saying that 2000, 2004, 2008, and people won the first one. You get me?
But generally, that did not give them the presidential seat.
No. I'm not saying that because that's how anything could have happened. So I'm saying that a normal kitty be and Kofofi say President Mills came to change that narrative. Or used to Madam Hannah Tetemone, Mr. Spielga Bramo, and Kofofi to become the face of the party to erase the perception say NDC is a violent political party. I think say Traho Masadi na Saba. You're very careful because people are watching. Nipe tifi ankoto abanina and before no mubu afu NPP fo and o man kwa ankoto abakwame se okoye bibi ko se obi business okoye matension koba ne se obi business kobo no bibi trigger of this country akwame your party is doomed. I'm telling you they should, because you have won the election then now koko bie municipal assembly. I was watching the video right now.
Taking over everything. I'm watching the video as well.
That's a 2008.
And they shouldn't forget there's still a government in power.
President Mahama appointed Domilevo. Well, this time
people can still be arrested.
Yes.
And prosecuted.
But I feel as you didn't get your car and rush. I mean, there's a government in place.
Yes,
they will say it. They will say it, but Ebia police could be do baby nenya. Politics.
NDC nearby.
Kwame.
Yeah, because NDC nearby.
I have never seen Obia what do politics at Chiachenwa. You did not call try say politics to acquire debut of politics. So or quite CZ toilet or quite a toilet facility. So way are all battle court case for 2 years. Even the 6 months will be there.
All right, share my phones here. We are so much grateful for staying through with us. Yes, sorry, so now KO Dinitima Akanina no Abba Betua. So many the Kwame Appiah Kubi Mininia and India and Afina from Porziga and Anopewie Moche Yanka. Thank you so much for your time. I don't do any ochina. Your best answer anymore at the Asia. Good morning. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Kessben.